Chapter 3584. Profound Ice wanted to possess a body, but in the end, she didn't succeed. Instead, her soul was swallowed by Bailey Mo. But before that, Profound Ice took the initiative to let me plant a brand in her soul. So this brand was transferred to Bailey Mo. Wait, Ru Meng suddenly raised her hand to stop Yang Kai, looking at him with a strange expression and said, "You said that Bailey Mo's knowledge sea has your soul brand?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Ru Meng blinked, then covered her mouth and laughed, rocking back and forth for a while. She naturally knew what the soul brand was and what its effects were. As a demon saint and a demon saint who was born as a succubus demon, she was a top figure in the divine spirit territory. This kind of cultivator with a little bit of cultivation was proficient in controlling others, and she had long been tired of it. Now, she disdained to use such inferior means to control others. But what if the target was a demon saint? Listening to Yang Kai's words just now, she also knew that there were many elements of luck and coincidence. If Profound Ice hadn't taken the initiative to let Yang Kai plant the soul brand, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve this. But because Profound Ice took the initiative, even Bailey Mo, who swallowed her soul, was unlucky. A dignified demon saint was actually controlled by a high-grade demon king. She immediately understood that this should be what Yang Kai was referring to when he mentioned Bailey Mo. That bitch also has a day like this. After laughing, Ru Meng softly snorted. Because the two demon saint territories were adjacent to each other, the relationship between them had always been bad. Before the war of the two realms happened, the half-saint and demon king under each other had many conflicts and constant battles. Suddenly hearing this exciting news, how could Ru Meng hide the joy in her heart? I want to see what kind of expression she will have when she sees me again. As if imagining the scene of seeing Bailey Mo again in the future, Ru Meng couldn't hide the smile on her face. This was an extremely great thing. Since ancient times, who could control a demon saint level master? Retracting her smile, Ru Meng said, "But the gap between your cultivation and hers is too big. If she wants to crack the brand, it's not impossible. You need to pay more attention to the brand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know that. So when I left your place a year ago, I went directly to Proud Snow Continent and reinforced my soul brand. In addition, I also received a soul imprint from her that day, so with this double insurance, Bailey Mo has nothing to fear." More than a year ago, Yang Kai's soul cultivation soared, and although it didn't reach the level of a demon saint, it surpassed that of a half-saint by a lot, reinforcing the soul brand. Ru Meng estimated that if Bailey Mo wanted to crack the brand, it would take at least several years without rest or sleep. In that case, can that bitch also help you? Ru Meng thought of another layer. She has no choice but to agree. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There is also Senior Chang Tian. I have already discussed it with him. Chang Tian. Ru Meng gently nodded. It wasn't surprising that Chang Tian would agree. This guy had a special impression of Yang Kai and had even planned to let him take over his position. Once Yang Kai's plan succeeded, it would be tantamount to breaking the current situation in the demon territory, which would be of great benefit to him. It was reasonable for him to agree. Thinking of this, Ru Meng's expression turned solemn. In this way, including herself, there would be 3 demon saint-level characters standing on Yang Kai's side. Although the number was still less than other demon saint-level characters, they already had the qualifications to start this plan. After all, behind Yang Kai stood the entire star boundary, as well as many great emperors. Looking at Yang Kai helplessly, Ru Meng said, "Since you've already done things this far, then I can only follow you as you marry a chicken or a dog." Agreeing to him was not just because of the relationship between the two, but because the future of the demon territory was really uncertain. Even if the demon territory could obtain the final victory in the war between the two realms, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, the star boundary was the star boundary, while the demon territory was the demon territory. So what if they seized the star boundary? The laws of heaven and earth were different, so the demon race would not be able to live freely there. It would be better to live in a new demon territory. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. "Madam also agreed?" Ru Meng said, "I have a condition." "How could there be a condition?" Chang Tian and Bailey Mo also said the same thing before, But Yu Rumeng was different from them. So Yang Kai nodded readily. Madam, what condition do you have? Not to mention one, even if it is 1,000 or 100, I will comply. Don't be so full of yourself. Yu Rumeng glared at him. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Yang Kai grinned and said, what condition can Madam put forward that will embarrass me? If I don't embarrass you, how can it be called a condition? Yu Rumeng snorted and then said, I want to be the first Madame of the Yang family. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth wide. No matter how smart he was, he did not expect that Yu Rumeng's condition would actually be this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yu Rumeng gently gritted her teeth and said, I know how many women you have, and those women have known you before me and have gone through many trials and tribulations with you. So I have no reason to ask you to drive them out. Logically speaking, we are all sisters, so there is no need to distinguish between seniority and seniority. But there must be rules in everything. In the future, your Yang family will need to have a person in charge. In terms of cultivation, strength, knowledge, and experience, I am afraid no one is more qualified than me, right? But you can rest assured, I don't need you to intervene in this matter. When we meet, I have the ability to make them willingly call me big sister. Yu Rumeng's words were spoken lightly and did not sound very serious. But even though Yang Kai was here as a sole avatar, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. The women in his family were getting along well, and they all followed Su Yan's lead. But Su Yan had never had a temper, so if Yu Rumeng met with them, it would not be difficult to make them acknowledge her as the first madam. The key was that there was Zhu Qing on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing was a fire attribute dragon. If they met in the future, would they fight? Seeing Yang Kai lowering his head and not speaking, Yu Rumeng snorted and said, Of course, if husband finds this difficult, then just pretend that this mistress did not say anything. It seems that this mistress and husband have not known each other for long enough and cannot compare to the position of these sisters in husband's heart. As she spoke, her eyes turned red and she turned her head away. It was unknown how her soul avatar made her eyes turn red. It's not difficult, it's not difficult. Yang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. Just now, husband just thought that in the future, with you in charge of the family and the respect of my sisters, my heart was comforted and a little absent-minded. How could it be difficult? Husband, don't force yourself. Yu Rumeng pursed her red lips, looking very distressed. How could I force myself? Yang Kai stepped forward and grabbed Yu Rumeng's hand and said with a smile, to be able to gain Madam's favor and help is simply the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Not to mention being the first Madam, even if I worship you like an ancestor, it would not matter. Originally, he just wanted to flatter her, but who knew that this guy would hit the wrong spot? Yu Rumeng's face turned pale and she said, Husband, do you think I am too old? After speaking, her eyes turned red again and she lowered her head and said, That's right, this mistress is indeed not young. It is natural that husband would dislike me. As she spoke, she gently pulled her hand, as if she wanted to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp. This was unreasonable pestering. Yang Kai was anxious and angry, too lazy to say anything more. He reached out and directly pulled Yu Rumeng into his arms, raised his hand, and slapped her round buttocks. With a cry of surprise, Yu Rumeng's face turned red. One had to know that this was a soul avatar, so any feeling was countless times stronger than that of a physical body. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a wicked smile and whispered, Madam's soul has not yet healed, so don't think too much about it. It is more important for husband to help you heal. After saying this, he leaned over and kissed her red lips. A moment later, Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled and on the island, the two soul avatars were entangled, almost merging into one. Decadent sounds came from the island and the entire world seemed to be flowing with a strange pink color. 3 days later, in the secret room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng sitting in front of him with a smile. At this moment, Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red and she was gasping for breath, her body involuntarily convulsing. The fusion of the soul was countless times more intense than the fusion of the physical body. Anyone who tried this kind of feeling that penetrated deep into their bones would be unable to stop themselves from indulging in it for the rest of their lives. What's more, Yang Kai and Su Yen had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art and were familiar with it, so over the past 3 days, they had even used it. There were countless methods to cultivate secret techniques, so even though Yu Ru Meng was a demon saint, how could she withstand Yang Kai's teasing? All day long, she was in a daze, not knowing the passage of time. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to withdraw, she would have been immersed in it for a long time before waking up. During these 3 days, not only did the two souls fuse, but Yang Kai also used the power of the soul-warming lotus to heal the wounds on Yu Ru Meng's soul. She had been recuperating for more than a year before, but her soul had still not fully recovered. According to her original estimate, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for her soul to fully recover. However, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, she had completely recovered in 3 days. Not only that, but her soul also seemed to have gained some other benefits. Yu Ru Meng was not the only one who had gained something. Yang Kai's soul had also increased a little. Although it was somewhat inferior to the surge he had experienced a year ago, it had indeed increased. The fusion of yin and yang was a heavenly Tao, so the two of them who had used the soul-warming lotus to fuse their souls naturally did not waste their time. Supporting his cheek with his hand, Yang Kai showed a smile as he quietly looked at the succubus demon in front of him. When he first met her, how could he have ever thought that she was actually a demon saint? How could he have ever thought that this demon saint would one day become his woman? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 3585. After a long time, the flush on Yu Ru Meng's face slowly faded away, but the air in this secret room was filled with a strange scent, making one unable to stop themselves from smelling it. He didn't know what other succubus demon were like, but after spending some time with her recently, Yang Kai discovered that every time Yu Ru Meng was aroused, a strange fragrance would overflow from her body. This fragrance was harmless to others, but it could help them enjoy themselves in the bedroom. After waiting for a while, Yu Ru Meng opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai tenderly. Her eyes were so charming that it was as if water could drip from them. If any man in the world saw her like this, they would be captivated. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. However, he had something to do now, so he could only suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "Madam, come with me to the 100-spirit continent. If you don't show your attitude in front of Senior Chang Tian, I'm afraid he won't feel at ease." Yu Ru Meng nodded. "Okay." She then smiled. "But don't call him senior in the future. Even this mistress will have to lower herself in front of him." "As you wish." Yang Kai laughed, got up, pulled her up, and left the secret room together. After finding the palace guard leader and giving him a few instructions, the two flew straight into the sky. After they were far away from the palace, Yang Kai used his demonic chi to wrap Yu Ru Meng up and said, "Madam, don't resist." Yu Ru Meng relaxed her body and let him do what he wanted. In the next moment, as the space laws fluctuated, the two of them had already crossed the entire continent and directly appeared somewhere on the Phantom Continent. Yu Ru Meng turned her head to look and immediately saw the realm gate 100 miles away. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Husband's attainments in the space laws have become even deeper." It had to be known that this place was millions of kilometers away from the palace, so Yang Kai could actually teleport so far away. It was really incredible. With such ability, as long as he could use the space principles in time, who could take him down? Even facing the demon saint, Yang Kai was in an invincible position. Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled. "Madam, you're mistaken. I came here with the help of this thing." As he spoke, he took out a space spirit bead. Yu Ru Meng took it and let Yang Kai take her to the realm gate. While she was playing with it, she asked, "What's the use of this?" Yang Kai explained, "I learned it from Li Wui." After explaining the wonders of the space spirit bead to Yu Ru Meng nodded repeatedly as she listened. In the end, she directly put away the space spirit bead, then found a snow-white thread from her space ring and made a bracelet on her wrist. After passing through the realm gate, Yang Kai once again activated the space spirit bead and led Yu Ru Meng to the other side of the continent. As a result, the speed of their journey increased exponentially. They only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times to cross a continent, which was much faster than flying. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the situation in the two-realm battlefield. He learned that after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen brazenly took action and single-handedly killed hundreds of millions of the demon race. He directly drove the demon race's army back to the passage between the two realms. At that time, there were as many as 3 half-saints who died at his hands. It had to be known that, at that time, basically all the half-saint of the demon race had been summoned back to the demon territory to participate in snatching the opportunities of the great emperors. There were only a total of 3 half-saints left in the star realm. In the end, those 3 were completely slaughtered by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Not a single one survived. Zhan Wuhen's actions undoubtedly broke the previous agreement between the great emperors and the demon saint. However, the demon saint also pinched their noses and admitted to this matter, and did not pursue it further. Everyone knew that Zhan Wuhen's actions had a reason. If they really made an issue out of this matter, it was possible that it would trigger the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint ahead of time. Although the demon territory had a great advantage, the demon saint did not want the war to escalate too quickly. Therefore, they had to endure this matter even if they could not bear it. Thanks to Zhan Wuhen massacring thousands of miles in anger, the Star Realm had recovered a lot of the territories occupied by the demon race. Now, the battle between the two realms had returned to its initial stage. After learning this information, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. He was really afraid that the Star Realm would not be able to hold on. Now that he had a plan, what he lacked was time. Originally, it would take Ru Meng several days to travel from the Phantom Continent to the 100 Spirit Continent, even if she rushed at full speed. After all, they had to pass through one continent after another and pass through one realm gate after another. But now, with the Space Spirit Beads methods, Yang Kai only spent half a day to bring her to the 100 Spirit Continent. They entered through the only realm gate with ease, and soon arrived at Chang Tian's cultivation ground. Landing in front of the main hall, before Yang Kai could ask for an audience, Ru Meng suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned her head to look in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was suspicious and followed her gaze. A moment later, he saw a flowing light shooting over from the horizon. He immediately sensed something and chuckled. "She's here too. That makes things easier." The person who came was very fast. Just a few breaths after Yang Kai finished speaking, the flowing light landed in front of them and revealed Bei Limo's figure. She had obviously arrived a long time ago, but she did not wait here. She must have sensed Ru Meng's aura and hurried over. The two women who had always been at odds with each other, especially when these two women were demon saint, naturally had to fight both openly and secretly. One was as beautiful as fire, the other as cold as frost, and when their eyes met, there was a faint flicker of fire. Ru Meng spoke first, pursing her lips and smiling. "I haven't seen elder sister for more than a year, and you look even more elegant than before. Did something good happen to you? Why don't you tell younger sister and let younger sister have some fun?" Bei Limo's face was cold as she glared at Yang Kai when she heard this. She knew that this matter could not be hidden from Ru Meng. If not, how could this cheap maid speak with such sarcastic words? A dignified demon saint was being controlled by a high-rank demon king using a soul brand. How could this be called a good thing? Lightly snorting, Bei Limo said, "There is no need for younger sister to worry about good things or bad things. Younger sister should take care of yourself first. What is elder sister talking about?" Ru Meng smiled sweetly. Bei Limo glanced sideways at Yang Kai and sneered. "You know very well what it is. Younger sister is a demon saint. If you really want to choose a man, you should be more careful. My demon territory has countless good men, so if younger sister is so reckless, wouldn't you lose face as a demon saint and be ridiculed by others?" Ru Meng smiled when she heard this and moved closer to Yang Kai, taking the initiative to hold his arm and leaning on his shoulder with a sweet look. "Is elder sister envious?" "Me? Envious?" Bei Limo couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You are willing to degrade yourself, so don't make others laugh here." Ru Meng said, "Why is elder sister so stubborn? Although we are demon saint, we are still women. Sooner or later, we need to find a home. Younger sister has now found a home, but elder sister is still alone. You and I have been neighbors for so many years. I really can't bear to see elder sister so lonely. Bailey Mo sneered. Why don't elder sister also follow younger sister? In the future, everyone will share the joy of the bedroom, younger sister won't mind. Saying this, Yu Meng looked at Yang Kai and said with a shy tone, not to mention his other skills, but his skills in bed are amazing. Younger sister can't handle him alone. Bailey Mo's eyes widened and she was surprised. You have the nerve to say this? Human relations are perfectly justified. What is there to be embarrassed about? Yu Meng blinked and looked at her with clear eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly cursed at the same time. Or, slut. But after cursing, Yu Meng stomped her feet and said, husband. She's cursing. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. I heard it. Saying so, he looked up at Bailey Mo and his mind moved. Bailey Mo's beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled. But she was also quite strong. Although she was in great pain, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound, only staring fiercely at Yang Kai, her eyes full of complaints. Yu Meng clapped her hands and said, retribution! At the same time, she quietly winked at Yang Kai, telling him to stop before going too far. Although she wanted to use Yang Kai to teach Bailey Mo a lesson and vent her anger, she couldn't go too far. After all, Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so it wasn't good to go too far. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the heavy door of the hall slowly opened a gap and Chong Tian's voice came out. Saint Rumeng has come from afar. This Chong Tian has failed to welcome you. Please come in for a chat. Yu Meng smiled when she heard this and stepped into the hall with her head held high, as if she had just won a great battle. After she walked in, the gap in the door slowly began to close again. Bailey Mo didn't have time to be angry with Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you pay. Saying so, she rushed to the door and slapped it. The closing door immediately stopped and Bailey Mo said angrily, why can't I go in? I want to go in too. This matter was related to her future, so of course she had to participate. Lest Chong Tian and Yu Meng reached an agreement inside without her knowing. How could the door stop her angry attack? After a slight pause, Bailey Mo had already flashed inside. Yang Kai sniffed and wanted to go in as well, but before he could get close to the door, he felt a soft force in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, Chong Tian's meaning was clear. Obviously, he didn't want him to enter the hall. Helplessly, Yang Kai could only retreat and wait quietly outside. After thinking about it, he released Zhui Feng from the small sealed world bead. After returning to the 100 Spirit continent, Zhui Feng was undoubtedly a little happy. After running around Yang Kai for a while, he rushed in a certain direction and soon disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he was going to find his concubines. Not long after, the two sisters, Black Lotus and White Lotus, flew over with a gust of wind. After landing, Black Lotus asked, where is Saint Senior Bailey Mo? Have you been here before? The two of them were ordered by Chong Tian to accompany Bailey Mo on a tour of the 100 Spirit continent. Just now, Bailey Mo suddenly rushed back, so the two of them were a little slower and didn't arrive until now. Yang Kai pointed at the hall with his hand behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes, whispering softly, it's a good place. Black Lotus and White Lotus looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai was sighing. Chapter 3586. The three demon saint-level experts entered the hall and discussed for a long time. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he asked Lien and Lien about the 100 Spirit continent. Although he had been to this place several times and stayed here for some time, he still didn't know much about the 100 Spirit continent. If Chong Tian really agreed to devour the 100 Spirit continent, all the forces on this continent would become Yang Kai's support. Yang Kai had eaten a lot, so he had to be aware of the consequences. This was not a secret. Lien and Lien knew that Chong Tian favored Yang Kai very much, so they did not hide it. In the entire 100 Spirit continent, apart from Chong Tian, who was a supreme master, there were as many as 9 half-saints left. Among them were the Lotus Sisters, Lion, Zhui Feng, and Du, whom Yang Kai had met once. However, these half-saint experts usually cultivated in the 100-spirit continent and did not come out often. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had been here several times, he had not seen many half-saint experts. Lien and Lion worked for Changtian, so they met more often. In addition to these half-saint experts, the rest were the demon kings. There were many demon kings on the 100-spirit continent, at least 1,000 of them. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this number. In any case, this number was huge. There were only 100 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent. Although many demon kings had been conscripted to the two-realm battlefield at that time, there were no more than 300 demon kings on the Cloud Shadow continent even at its peak. There were more than 1,000 demon kings on a continent, which was unique in the entire territory of the demon realm. Generally speaking, Changtian's subordinates were weaker than the other demon saint experts. However, he only had the 100-spirit continent, so his forces were very concentrated. As they chatted, Black Lotus suddenly asked, "Is something going to happen?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai asked her. Black Lotus glanced at the hall and said, "Two holy sages coming together is something that has never happened before. The demon saint would not come to the 100-spirit continent. The last time Yu Meng came, the Lotus sisters were a little surprised. They did not expect that even Bei Liamo would come this time. They were not stupid. They were both half-saint level masters. Naturally, they sensed something different." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There is indeed something. However, you can ask Master Longevity Sky about the details later. It's not convenient for me to say." He didn't know what the three of them would discuss. If they didn't discuss properly and Yang Kai spoke first, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bai Lian glared at Yang Kai. She hated people who tried to be mysterious. Her gaze was like a knife, as if it could dig a few holes in Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai threw the back of her head. As they were talking, the heavy door suddenly opened slowly. The three of them looked back together. Bei Liamo was the first to come out. Her clothes were fluttering, and her face was expressionless. Then Yu Meng came out as well. She nodded at Yang Kai imperceptibly. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that the discussion had been settled. After that, it was Longevity Sky. However, when Longevity Sky came out, he stood in the crack of the door. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly pushed the half-open door to both sides. The door was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. As it opened, there was a deep sound. Longevity Sky's hands did not seem to be pushing the door. Instead, it seemed to be pushing the eyelids of the Lotus sisters. As the door opened, the Lotus sisters' eyes widened as if they had seen something extremely incredible. Finally, the door was completely opened. The Lotus sisters covered their red lips, and their beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them with a strange expression. He did not know why they were so excited. It was just opening the door. Was there a need to be like this? Yu Meng's voice came into his ears. In the early years, Longevity Sky fought with many holy spirits in the territory of the demon realm. He was rampant, but in the end, he was defeated by the demon saint at that time. He had no choice but to retreat to the 100-spirit continent. From then on, this door has never been fully opened. For Longevity Sky, the half-open door is a kind of encouragement, but also a shame. Longevity Sky once said that when he can fight his way out of the 100-spirit continent, this door will officially open. That is why they are so surprised. Yang Kai understood. Longevity Sky's action meant that the 100-spirit continent would see the light of day again. It was no wonder that the Lotus sisters were so surprised. With two swishing sounds, the Lotus sisters came in front of Longevity Sky. They half knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. Black Lotus said in a trembling voice, "Master, please give the order. Hundreds of millions of people in the 100-spirit continent will follow the Master. We will not hesitate to do anything. Master, please give the order." White Lotus also said in a low voice. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Longevity Sky smiled slightly. "Summon them here. I have something to tell them." He did not say who he was going to summon, but only the half-saint were qualified to see him. "Yes," the Lotus sisters replied. Then, They turned around and disappeared without a trace. It would definitely take some time to summon people, but they were all people with high cultivation, so they did not mind wasting some time. Perhaps because he had made up his mind, Longevity Sky was particularly relaxed at this time. He waved his hand and set up a table in front of him. He then took out a teapot and spring water, and personally brewed tea for them. Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng huddled together and whispered to each other. Bei Liemo looked on coldly from the side. Her red lips moved from time to time, and she scolded them silently. She came here mainly to see if Yang Kai was going to swallow the 100-spirit continent. If he was, it meant that Longevity Sky had no way out. When the time came, she would not be able to go back on her promise. Not long after, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Longevity Sky invited them to sit down and waited while drinking tea. Half a day later, the first half-saint arrived. After seeing Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo, he could not help but be startled. However, he quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes and went forward to greet them. Chang Tian whispered to the sage-to-be cultivator. The sage-to-be cultivator was surprised, but he didn't ask anything. He turned around and left. One after another, the half-saint who received the news rushed over. After seeing Longevity Sky, they quickly left. At this time, Yang Kai also understood Longevity Sky's intention. When he went back to swallow the 100-spirit continent, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If he did not inform the half-saint in advance, there would be some trouble. If he informed them in advance, the half-saint could prepare in advance, and it would save a lot of trouble. It was not until 2 days later that the last half-saint arrived. After receiving the order, he quickly left. Everyone waited for another 2 days. Then, Longevity Sky stood up and looked at Yang Kai. "Let's begin." Yang Kai gently nodded. He had waited for a long time. Naturally, he was a little impatient. The sooner he tied Longevity Sky to his ship, the sooner he would be at ease. If Longevity Sky did not need to inform the half-saint, he would have already taken action. His figure flickered and flew directly into the sky. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. With a slight movement of his mind, accompanied by a bang, the sealed world bead suddenly turned into a rolling behemoth. In an instant, the void of the 100-spirit continent shook, and space cracks appeared in the sky. The Lotus Sisters exclaimed in unison. Even though the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, they did not know what this behemoth was. How could it shake the space of the 100-spirit continent as soon as it appeared? Yang Kai pointed his finger, and the rolling behemoth immediately bent down, opened its huge mouth, and bit a huge hole in the 100-spirit continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the rolling behemoth passed, the void was chaotic. Whether it was living or dead, everything was swallowed up. The Lien sisters had already turned pale. Such a horrifying scene was simply unheard of. They had never seen or heard of anything like this. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of inquiry. Longevity Sky was also a little shocked. Last time, when Yang Kai swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the martial continent, Longevity Sky witnessed the whole process from the small sealed world. Now, looking at it from the outside, it was even more shocking. Not only him, but Yu Ru Meng also had a dignified expression. It was also the first time she had seen such a thing. On the contrary, Bei Liemo, who had experienced it once, looked calm, but the shock in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. In a short while, the 100-spirit continent had been gnawed into a huge hole. The land within a radius of millions of miles had become a void. Turbulence was rampant in the void, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. "You two, go in and calm them down." Longevity Sky suddenly turned to the Lotus Sisters and said. Hearing this, the Lotus Sisters nodded without hesitation and were about to rush in. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Yang Kai suddenly stopped them and stretched out his hands. "I'll send you in." The Lien sisters glanced at each other and tacitly placed their hands on Yang Kai's palm. "Don't resist," Yang Kai ordered, and with a thought, the Lien sisters disappeared from where they stood. "I'll go in and have a look too," Yu Ru Meng said. Although she had heard a lot about the sealed world bead from Yang Kai, including how it swallowed continents, strengthened its own world principles, and created a new demon territory. She had never seen it with her own eyes, so she was naturally curious. Since his madame wanted to go in, Yang Kai naturally did not say anything and immediately sent her in. Inside the small sealed world, it was still the same mountain peak. Huoluan stood in front of his wooden house, looked at the crack in the sky, and slowly shook his head. After seeing such a scene, he was no longer shocked at the beginning and had become numb to it. He knew that it must be another continent that was swallowed. Last time, a continent was swallowed and Huoluan went to talk to the demon race, learning that they were actually from the heavenly martial continent, but he did not know which continent was swallowed this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Huoluan, who was paying attention to the movement in the sky, was shocked and quickly jumped a few steps back and shouted, "Who is it?" Yu Meng turned her head and glanced at him, but found that he was just a low-rank demon king, so she did not pay any more attention. Looking around, she did not see the Lotus Sisters, so she knew that Yang Kai must have separated her from them. The Lotus Sisters had to calm the people, but she did not need to. Chapter 3587. Behind her, Huoluan opened his mouth wide in shock. It wasn't that he recognized Yu Meng, but that he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Especially since Yu Meng had been nourished recently, she had become more and more beautiful. Just now, Huoluan's soul had almost been taken away by her beauty. However, Huoluan wasn't an idiot. He was a low-rank demon king after all, so he had some knowledge. He knew that this beautiful woman must have an extraordinary identity, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a graceful and noble temperament. In addition, the Snow Demon King had been here before, so although Huoluan was shocked by Yu Meng's beauty, he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he lowered his head and cupped his hands. "This lowly one, Huoluan greets Master. How should I address you, Master?" He couldn't see through Yu Meng's cultivation, so he naturally knew that she was stronger than him. Calling her Master wasn't wrong. Yu Meng didn't answer, but she released a little bit of the demon saint's aura. Huoluan knelt on the ground with a plop. "This lowly one greets Saint Ru Meng. May Saint Ru Meng's face never grow old and stay young forever," he wailed in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly, otherwise he wouldn't be alive right now. Last time, the Snow Demon King had come, and this time the Succubus Demon King had also come. What kind of place was this? Why did it attract so many masters? Yu Meng was a little surprised. She turned around and glanced at him, not because this guy's words were interesting, but because he actually recognized her identity. She tilted her head and asked, "You've seen this sovereign before?" "I haven't," Huoluan obediently replied. "Then how do you know who this sovereign is?" Yu Meng was even more curious. Huoluan honestly said, "Among the 12 saint sovereigns in the demon territory, only 3 are women. This lowly one has seen the Snow Demon King before, but this lowly one hasn't seen the Feather Demon, but the Feather Demon clan's characteristics are very obvious. Saint Sovereign is definitely not a Feather Demon, so this lowly one naturally knows Saint Sovereign's identity." Yu Meng suddenly realized that this person had seen Yu Meng before. No wonder he could recognize her. She smiled slightly and said, "You're quite clever. Saint Sovereign is too kind. Get up and talk." Yu Meng raised her hand. Huoluan hesitated for a moment. Then he obediently stood up. However, he didn't dare to look at Yu Meng. Instead, he stared at his toes. The Lord of the Succubus Demon was not someone that could be casually looked at. It was no wonder that his soul had almost been taken away. If he had looked at it a few more times, he was afraid that his soul would have left his body. "You said you've seen Bai Liemo? When did it happen?" Yu Meng asked casually as she watched the grand occasion in the distance. "Not long ago," Huoluan answered honestly. "About half a month ago. Counting the days, it should have been before Yang Kai returned to the Phantom Continent, which coincided with the time when he devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu." Yu Meng immediately understood that when Yang Kai devoured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Dalu, he must have taken Bai Liemo in. He secretly gritted his teeth. He actually found out about Yang Kai's secret later than Bai Liemo. When he returned, he would definitely settle the score with Yang Kai. "How long have you been here?" Yu Meng asked. "More than a year." Yu Meng was startled. More than a year? Didn't that mean before and after the Battle of Eternal Heaven? Thinking of what Yang Kai said to her before, she asked curiously, "When you first came here, what was this place like?" What she asked was similar to what Chang Tian and Bai Liemo had asked that day. Huoluan naturally told her everything he knew. Yu Meng nodded repeatedly. As time passed, she did feel the changes in this world as the 100-spirit continent was devoured. Oh! The 100-spirit continent took more than 10 days to devour. The entire continent, like the Heaven Martial continent, had completely turned into a chaotic void. Yang Kai took back the sealed world bead and released Yu Meng from the small sealed world bead. He then looked at Bai Liemo with a smile, his meaning obvious. Chang Tian was also looking at her. Since the 100-spirit continent was devoured, Chang Tian had no way out now. Naturally, he would not let Bai Liemo live alone. Bai Liemo obviously knew this too. Without any nonsense, she turned around and said, "Let's go." The group of 4 exited the world gate and rushed towards the proud snow continent. Halfway there, Yu Meng left and returned to the Phantom Continent to make preparations. What Yang Kai was going to do next would definitely set off a storm in the entire demon territory. If she did not make arrangements early, it was very likely to cause some unpredictable changes. At the very least, she had to make proper arrangements for her half-saint subordinates. She also had to recall all the half-saint in the two-realm battlefield. Bai Liemo was no exception to this. A few days later, Yang Kai, Chang Tian, and Bai Liemo arrived at the proud snow continent. After arranging accommodation for the two, Bai Liemo began to summon her half-saint subordinates to make preparations. Chang Tian had bet the future of the 100-spirit continent on Yang Kai. He hoped that after the birth of the new demon territory, he would be able to obtain a better future and a wider world for the people of the 100-spirit continent. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yang Kai's safety than anyone else. In the proud snow ice palace, he was almost always with Yang Kai. A dignified demon saint-level master had practically become Yang Kai's guard. Yang Kai had advised him several times, but he would not listen, so he just let him be. While Bai Liemo was making preparations, Yang Kai was also checking the map and inquiring information from Chang Tian. He learned that Bai Liemo had 43 continents under her control. Yu Meng was slightly inferior to her, controlling 38 continents. She originally had 11 half-saint subordinates, but Yu Sang was killed by Mingyu, and Yin Si was killed by Yang Kai. Coupled with the losses she suffered in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, she only had 8 half-saint subordinates. Similarly, Bai Liemo originally had 13 half-saint subordinates, but one died in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so she only had 12 left. Yang Kai silently counted. Chang Tian, Bai Liemo, and Yu Meng had a total of 29 half-saint subordinates. Such a terrifying force, after he devoured all the continents, would be able to help him. Although he was still inferior to the other demon saint subordinates, he could at least put up a fight. During this period, Yang Kai also asked Chang Tian if he could rope in more demon saint subordinates. He did not need many, just 1 or 2 would greatly increase his chances of winning. But Chang Tian made him give up. Whether it was him, Bai Liemo, or Yu Meng, their situations were special. He was unwilling to be left alone and wanted to find a way out for the 100-spirit continent. So he boarded Yang Kai's ship. Bai Liemo was forced, and Yu Meng was forced to do so because of the love between a man and a woman. The other demon saint were not so easy to talk to. If this matter were to spread to them, it would definitely be a storm of attacks with absolutely no room for negotiation. Because of this, Yang Kai could only give up. Before his wings were fully grown, he did not want to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Liemo did not delay and came to inform Yang Kai 3 days later that everything was ready. Then there was nothing to say. He directly began to devour the proud snow continent. During this period, Bai Liemo had been standing beside Yang Kai, looking indifferently at the gradually disappearing proud snow continent, not saying anything. But her mood was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. After all, this was the place where she became a demon saint. It was also the place where she was born and raised. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could she be willing to let the proud snow continent be devoured? After the proud snow continent, Yang Kai rushed to the next continent without stopping. Time passed, and as the continents were devoured one by one, the territory under Bei Limo's command shrank little by little. Devouring continents required time. Yang Kai remembered that rolling took about 10 days to devour a broken continent at the beginning. Depending on the size of the continent, the time it took to devour varied. However, as the space in the sealed world bead expanded, rolling's size also rapidly grew, and its devouring efficiency seemed to gradually increase. It only took half a month to devour the 100-spirit continent. It must be known that the 100-spirit continent was one of the largest territories in the entire demon territory. It was almost twice the size of the proud snow continent. It only took about 7 days to devour the proud snow continent, and as time went on, its efficiency gradually increased. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that the preparation time of his plan would be too long. After all, Bei Limo had 43 continents under her command. According to the calculation of 78 days per continent, it would take about a year to devour 43 continents. There were too many variables in this 1 year's time. But now that the efficiency was increasing, it was exciting news. As time passed, the continents were devoured one by one, and the rumbling grew larger and larger. Gradually, it took 56 days to devour a continent, then 34 days, and then 12 days to devour a continent. If it encountered a smaller continent, it would only take half a day to devour it completely. As the continents disappeared from the map of the demon territory, the places where each continent was originally located turned into a void filled with turbulent space flow. With Bei Limo's arrangements in advance, there were not many accidents during the devouring process. Although the demon race on the continents were frightened, they could only close their eyes and endure this world-destroying disaster. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered another world. The territory of the small sealed world was rapidly expanding. In less than 3 months, the 43 continents under Bei Limo's control had been completely devoured. Not a single one remained. When the last continent was devoured, Yang Kai clearly heard Bei Limo sigh faintly. At this time, she was completely tied to Yang Kai, and there was no turning back. Afterwards, Yang Kai took her into the sealed world bead and asked her to settle down her people. During this time, Bei Limo had entered and exited the sealed world bead many times, so she was no stranger to the small sealed world. She could also feel the changes in the small sealed world. Now, this world was undoubtedly much stronger than when she first entered. The 43 intact continents, plus the 100-spirit continent, were a huge source of nourishment for the small sealed world. With the enrichment of these continents, the world principles of the small sealed world were rich enough to give birth to an origin king realm cultivator, almost the same as the territory of the lower star field. And this was just the territory of a single demon saint. There were still 11 demon saint territories that had yet to be devoured. If he could devour the territories of the 11 demon saint territories, Yang Kai was certain that the small sealed world would grow into a great world not inferior to the star boundary or the demon territory. At that time, a demon saint could be born in this world. Chapter 3588. Devouring an entire demon territory was a massive and lengthy project. Not to mention the time required to devour those continents, the remaining demon saint would not be easy to deal with, so if he wanted to devour their territories, it was naturally impossible to do so without interference. However, the recent changes in the sealed world bead made Yang Kai wonder if one day, Rolling Stone would be able to swallow an entire continent in a single gulp. If that was really the case, who would care if those great devil saints agreed or not? He would bring Raleigh to their territory and release and retract, and a continent would be gone. Another release and retract, and another continent would be gone. Once all of Bei Limo's territories had been swallowed up, the next would naturally be Yu Rumeng's territory. Oh! Inside the mysterious small world, atop a nameless mountain, inside a wooden hut, Huoluan was silently circulating his secret art as his demonic chi surged and his stomach rumbled incessantly. This was because he had swallowed a 10,000 demon pill and was in the process of refining it. The energy stored in that 10,000 demon pill was incredibly massive, and as a low-rank demon king, it would take him several months to fully refine it. Originally, Huoluan was not in the mood to cultivate as this world was very strange. From time to time, cracks would appear and fragments of continents would rumble out, making Huoluan extremely nervous. On top of that, there was an invisible binding force in this world, as if invisible shackles were binding him, making him feel very uncomfortable and unable to use too much of his strength. At best, he could only display a level of strength that this world's world principles could bear. What was the point of cultivating in such a world? Even if he cultivated to the mid-rank or high-rank demon king, he would still only be able to treat himself as an origin-returning realm cultivator, origin king realm cultivator. However, ever since he sensed that the world was slowly changing, Huoluan's silent mood had once again brightened up. Although the laws of this world were still not that great, at least it had been developing in a good direction. In addition, after listening to the conversation between Yang Kai, Chang Tian, and Bai Liemo, he knew about Yang Kai's plans and intentions. Thus, his thoughts of cultivating once again became active. Right now, his cultivation as a low-rank demon king had yet to reach the peak. Naturally, he planned to continue cultivating until he felt a bottleneck. This way, as long as the laws of this world were able to give birth to a mid-rank demon king, he would be able to immediately break through. Cultivators naturally yearned for more profound martial arts. This had nothing to do with the origins of the human race or the demon race. Powerful strength had always been the goal of a cultivator to climb to the peak. Just as Huoluan was eagerly refining the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon's pill, he suddenly frowned and revealed a helpless expression. There was no other reason. Someone had come. He could be considered the first resident of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. Originally, he had been quite lonely, but since Yang Kai began to devour the various continents, this world had begun to become lively. Although the territory of the mysterious small world was constantly expanding, the demon race was also very curious about this new world. Many people, after confirming that they were safe, began walking around to investigate this new world. Over the past few months, many visitors had come to this nameless mountain, but most of them only took a quick glance before leaving. Occasionally, there would be a few people who saw Huoluan settle down here, so naturally, they were curious and chatted with him for a while. At first, Huoluan was still in high spirits. Taking advantage of the fact that he was the first resident of this world, he interacted with the visitors. However, as time passed, this kind of thing became somewhat annoying, especially after he decided to continue to cultivate and break through to the middle-grade Devil King realm. He set up a restriction around his wooden house to prevent others from approaching. Now that someone had come and touched the barrier, he naturally felt it. However, Huoluan didn't intend to pay attention to it. The myriad demon's pill was extremely precious, and although he had obtained thousands of them, he never had the habit of wasting them. If he were to interrupt at this time, although the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon's pill wouldn't be completely wasted, it would definitely be reduced. Although he didn't pay attention to it, the newcomer seemed to be quite interested in this place and walked around the wooden house for a while before stopping. Then, the barrier was suddenly broken. Huoluan's eyelids twitched as he immediately flew into a rage, got up, and pushed open the door, cursing loudly, "Which bastard?" At this point, he fell silent and stared straight ahead, because in front of him, there was a woman with a slightly pale complexion who looked weak and delicate standing in the same place at a loss. Beside her was a pattern of a ferocious head that was slowly disappearing, but it was the sign of the restriction being broken. Too embarrassed to continue cursing, this woman was too beautiful. The moment the two sides met, Huoluan's anger was extinguished, especially when he saw the expression on the other side's face at this moment. It was like a child who had done something wrong. So Huoluan really couldn't bring himself to curse. But even if he didn't curse, he was still quite angry. He had clearly set up a barrier nearby, and anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see through the master's intention to reject guests. So what was wrong with this woman? Not only did she not leave, but she also broke his barrier in such a short time. From this, It could be seen that the other side's eyesight and cultivation were definitely higher than his, but Huoluan wasn't afraid of anything. He was someone who had seen several demon saint. Those several demon saint were very polite to him, so who in this demon territory could make him afraid? Moreover, in this strange world, because of the restrictions of the world's laws, everyone's strength had a limit. Basically, everyone was pulled to the same starting line, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who was stronger. A look of boredom appeared on Huoluan's face as he said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you break this king's barrier?" A trace of red appeared on the woman's pale face, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see what this barrier was. Who knew that I would accidentally break it?" The word accidentally made the veins on Huoluan's forehead bulge. If it weren't for the sincere look on the woman's face when she spoke, he would definitely think that she was deliberately provoking him and mocking him for his inferior means. Staring straight at her and making sure that she really didn't mean to mock him, Huoluan's face relaxed a little, and he softened his voice and said, "Are you new here?" "What?" The woman tilted her head and looked confused. Huoluan impatiently said, "I asked if you just came in from outside." It was so tiring to talk to this woman. If it weren't for her beauty, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to refine the effects of the myriad demon pill? "I've been here for half a month." The woman suddenly realized. Heh. Huoluan hurriedly put on the posture of a senior. "This world is different from the places you stayed in outside. I'm afraid you haven't adapted in half a month, right? Let me tell you, the first time I came here, it took me more than half a year to slowly adapt to this place." The woman didn't show the slightest bit of impatience after hearing his long-winded speech. She even asked him a few questions after hearing his interesting words. This made Huoluan have a good impression of her, and he felt that this beautiful woman was fine except for being a little dazed and absent-minded. Perhaps he also felt that he was a little long-winded, so after imparting his experience of living in this world, Huoluan stopped talking and asked, "Which continent are you from?" The beautiful woman was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'm from the Cloud Shadow continent." "Cloud Shadow continent, I know, it's the continent of Saint Senior Yu Rumeng." Huoluan nodded repeatedly, showing that he was very knowledgeable. The main reason was that he had just met Yu Rumeng last time, so when he heard the words Cloud Shadow Mainland, he immediately remembered. He then asked, "Which race are you from?" This time, the beautiful woman didn't answer and just slowly shook her head. Huoluan didn't care. If the other party didn't want to say, he couldn't force her. This was just a small matter. "Excuse me, does this mountain belong to you?" the beautiful woman suddenly asked. Huoluan laughed when he heard this. "This place has a master, but that's not me. I'm just a guest. The real master of this place is someone else." "That master?" The woman stretched out her hand and pointed, cutting him off. "I want to settle down over there. Is that okay?" Originally, Huoluan was a little unhappy about being interrupted, but looking in the direction she was pointing, his eyes lit up. "You want to be my neighbor?" The nameless mountain he occupied was originally not very big, but as the mysterious small world continued to devour, the mountain range had gradually expanded. At this moment, within 100 kilometers of this mountain range, there were 3 peaks arranged in a triangular shape with a valley in the middle. There were already some flowers and plants growing in this valley, as well as a clear lake. The scenery was quite decent. At this moment, the beautiful woman was pointing at one of the 3 peaks. Seeing Huoluan act like this, the beautiful woman lowered her head and said, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I'll look around again." Although the territory of the mysterious small world was large, because of the reconstruction and fusion during the mysterious small world, there weren't many suitable places to live at this stage. She had walked for half a month before finally finding this place. If not for this, she wouldn't have broken Huoluan's barrier. Huoluan laughed and said, "What's so inconvenient about that? I can't ask for anything more than a beautiful girl like you as my neighbor. Go ahead and live with them. You can choose whichever one you like, or even both of them." The woman smiled shyly. "I only want one. Sorry to disturb you." Saying so, she turned around and left. Huoluan called out after her. This king is Huoluan? What's your name? The woman paused for a moment before lightly replying, Li Shiqing. Looking at her departing back, Huoluan rubbed his chin and frowned. Li Shiqing. This name sounded good, but why did it feel a little strange? As if she had come from a foreign territory. Shaking his head, Huoluan walked back to his room and began meditating to refine the medicinal efficacies of the myriad demon pills. Suddenly having a beautiful woman as a neighbor put Huoluan in a good mood. He didn't even care that his cultivation had been disturbed. In any case, he had thousands of myriad demon pills, so wasting some of their medicinal efficacies wasn't a big deal. Chapter 3589. Now that there was another person on the nameless mountain, it naturally became livelier. While Huoluan was cultivating, he would occasionally see Li Shiqing's busy figure on the mountain to his left. Since they were going to settle down, they had to find a place to stay. Fortunately, there were trees on the mountain, so building a treehouse shouldn't be too difficult. In just a few days of work, a small building with a foot on the ground had already taken shape. The two mountains were only a few dozen kilometers apart, so Huoluan's eyesight was quite good, so he could naturally see everything clearly. Looking at the exquisite little house, then looking at his own wooden house, Huoluan had the urge to tear down his wooden house and build a new one. But this was just a thought. It was just a place to stay, so it didn't matter if it was ugly. As long as it was habitable, it was fine. This could be considered a housewarming celebration, so Huoluan wanted to pay a visit to congratulate her. But on second thought, she was a woman, so it wouldn't be right for him to go over. If he didn't do it well, it might cause some misunderstandings. After all, they were neighbors, and they would be familiar with each other in the future, so he gave up on the idea. However, Li Shiqing seemed to have sensed his gaze, and when she looked up, she nodded slightly at him. Ever since a beautiful neighbor appeared on the mountain next to it, the nameless mountain changed its appearance every few days. When he came out of seclusion for the second time, Huoluan habitually glanced at the neighboring mountain, then rubbed his eyes, almost unable to recognize it. He saw that the mountain over there was a field of red flowers, green willows, and fragrant birds. The scenery was beautiful. After a few days, the valley between the three mountains also changed its appearance. There were some flowers and plants in the valley that even Huoluan didn't know the names of, and standing in front of his wooden house, he could even smell the fragrance of the flowers carried by the breeze. This was a woman who loved flowers, Huoluan thought to himself. However, this was her interest, so he wasn't in a position to say anything. Not to mention, the scenery of the nameless mountain had become quite extraordinary, and it was even more suitable for living. After a few more days, Huoluan was stunned again when he came out of seclusion, because there were some flowers and plants on his mountain, adding a touch of liveliness to it. He raised his head and looked into the distance. On another uninhabited mountain peak, there was a lithe figure bustling about. Huoluan couldn't help laughing. One day, half a month later, Huoluan was meditating in his room when he was suddenly alarmed by the sound of fighting. The sound of fighting was not far from where he was. It should be in the valley below the mountain peak. Huoluan also felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the sound of someone yelling. It was his neighbor. He immediately got up, opened the door, and looked towards the valley. He saw two figures moving back and forth in the valley, fighting fiercely. The originally colorful valley was now in a mess, and the unknown flowers had all withered. Just as he expected, one of the combatants was his neighbor, and the other was a burly man with bulging muscles. He looked like a force demon. Whether it was his neighbor or this Liemo, their cultivations should be quite good, at least higher than Huoluan's, but because of the limitations of this world's world principles, even if they were strong, it was difficult for them to display much of their strength. The strength they displayed was only at the Origin King realm. However, even if their strengths were on the same starting line, Huoluan's beautiful neighbor was not Limeau's opponent. This could not be helped as Limeau's body was extremely tough and his strength was infinite. In the Origin King realm, the stronger one's physique was, the more advantage they had. The fight should not have lasted long, but Huoluan found that his neighbor was completely at a disadvantage. Relying on her dexterity, Huoluan was constantly dodging Limeau's attacks, while Li Mo's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned wickedly. Every punch and kick he sent out seemed simple and clumsy, but each of his strikes was powerful enough to make one pale. The corner of Huoluan's eyes twitched, not knowing whether he should just stand by and watch or rush over to help his neighbor. Speaking of which, Huoluan and his neighbor had many interactions, let alone a friendship, so even if he stood by and did nothing, no one would blame him. However, seeing the lewd grin on Li Mo's face, Huoluan knew that if his neighbor was defeated, his fate would not be any better. It was definitely not something that could be resolved with just death. Out of the corner of his eye, Huoluan caught a glimpse of red. Turning his head, he saw the flowers and plants his neighbor had planted a few days ago, blooming bright red flowers that swayed in the wind. The floral fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Fuck! Huoluan grit his teeth and cursed, no longer hesitating. Pushing his demonic chi, he rushed down the mountain valley. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a blood cloud charging out from the side and approaching the battlefield at an even faster speed. It was aggressive and overflowing with blood flames. Another helper. Huoluan was shocked and pushed his demonic chi even harder. At the same time, he took out 2 axes and shouted, "Be careful!" These words were meant to warn Li Shiqing. Inside the mountain valley, Li Shiqing, who was fighting Li Mo, was at a disadvantage, but when she saw the blood-red cloud rushing over, she couldn't help showing a bitter look on her face. She had been planting flowers in the mountain valley today, but who would have thought that Li Mo would suddenly descend from the sky and attack her after a few flirting words? His intentions were obvious. Thinking about it, she was the disciple of the great emperor's flower shadow. Although her temperament was weak and gentle, since her enemy had taken action, how could she just sit there and wait for death? This Li Mo was definitely a high-rank demon king, and even though he was limited by the world principles of this world and could not display too much strength, only being able to display the strength of an origin king, his combat experience was still there. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, it wasn't long before Li Shiqing fell into a disadvantage. At this time, another blood demon had suddenly appeared, so the bitterness in Li Shiqing's heart could be imagined. She secretly made up her mind that if she was really cornered today, she would immediately use her flower burial secret technique. Even if she had to die, she couldn't tarnish the reputation of her sect. In a flash, the blood-red cloud had already rushed into the battlefield, while Huoluan was still 10 kilometers away. The 2 axes in his hands glowed with demonic chi as he continued to shout and run as fast as he could. At this time, he wished he could grow a pair of wings on his back. This beautiful woman was a good neighbor, actually planting so many flowers in front of his house. No one had ever been so kind to him before. When he saw those flowers that had just sprouted a few days ago, Huoluan was truly moved. How could Huoluan bear to see such a good neighbor suffer an accident? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red cloud suddenly rushed into the battle. Huoluan called out in surprise as his eyes bulged and he stared forward. This was because the blood-red cloud didn't do anything to his neighbor and instead directly crashed into Power Demon. When the blood-red cloud rushed over, Power Demon was obviously vigilant, but the blood-red cloud was simply too fast. The Blood Demon clan's movement technique was second to none in the entire demon territory, so before Power Demon could react, he was hit head-on. Immediately after, the blood-red cloud wrapped around the blood-red cloud and a fierce battle broke out. In the next moment, the blood-red cloud retracted and landed in front of Li Shiqing, revealing a heroic figure, like a mountain that could block a storm. As for Power Demon, he took a few steps back and stared forward with a cold expression. Behind the Blood Demon, Li Shiqing was startled. This figure gave her a very familiar feeling. If she hadn't confirmed that it was a Blood Demon, Li Shiqing would have thought that it was Yang Kai. However, only the Blood Demon clan could use blood secret techniques, so the person in front of her was definitely not Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai should have been in the devouring demon territory recently, so how could he have the time to pay attention to this place? "Are you okay?" A slightly deep voice called out from the front, one that was quite magnetic. Li Shiqing knew that he was asking her, so she nodded and replied softly, "I'm fine." At this moment, Huoluan finally arrived. He was holding two giant axes that were half the height of a man. He looked quite majestic. He landed on the side and glanced at the blood demon, then at Li Shiqing, and asked, "How is it?" Li Shiqing shook her head, her voice still soft. "I'm fine." Huoluan nodded. "That's good." Huoluan glanced at the blood demon again. Although they didn't know each other, Huoluan still nodded at the blood demon kindly as a form of greeting. There were very few chivalrous people in the demon race, but beautiful women always had some advantages. Huoluan felt that this blood demon should have helped them because of this. But in any case, this guy was one of them. 3 against 1, the situation was quite clear. With only the strength of an origin king, even if Li Mo had extraordinary means, he wouldn't be able to use them. Continuing to stay here would only be inviting humiliation, so after sweeping his eyes over Huoluan and the blood demon, Li Mo coldly snorted and suddenly retreated quickly. "You want to leave after coming here?" The blood demon sneered. "What do you think this place is?" Saying so, his body shook and a sea of blood suddenly burst open, turning the originally lush and colorful mountain valley into a boundless blood-red color. All of this happened so suddenly that Huoluan thought that there was some kind of deep hatred between Li Mo and this blood demon. Otherwise, why would Li Mo stop him from leaving? At a glance, it was obvious that this blood demon wasn't someone to be trifled with. Being able to repel him was one thing, but to actually fight him to the death was a bit too much. Just as Huoluan was thinking so, the blood demon suddenly turned to look at him and asked, "Where is this place?" He himself didn't know where he was. How could Huoluan know that this place didn't have a name? But a timid voice suddenly called out, 10,000 Flower Valley. How come I didn't know this place was called 10,000 Flower Valley? Huoluan was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his neighbor would even have a name for this place, but 10,000 Flower Valley it was. It didn't sound too bad. Nodding, Huoluan said, "Yes, this is 10,000 Flower Valley." The blood demon sneered again, releasing an evil aura. "Inside 10,000 Flower Valley, you can only enter but not leave. Stay here obediently." "Damn. Since when was there such a rule here? I was the first one to live here, okay?" Huoluan blinked. Chapter 3590. Half an hour later, in 10,000 Flower Valley, the sea of blood suddenly receded, revealing 3 figures: Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and the blood demon. As for the burly man from before, he had long since disappeared without a trace. With 3 against 1, the outcome was already set in stone. On the path of martial Dao, there was no shortage of bloodshed, and life and death could be decided with a single thought. It had to be said that the man who came here today was truly amazing. His strength was formidable and his methods were extraordinary. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 3 would be his opponent. After this battle, whether it was the blood demon or Huoluan, both of them had some wounds on their bodies. Only Li Shiqing remained unscathed, but her face was slightly pale, obviously having consumed a great deal of energy. After this life and death battle, the 3 of them felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Li Shiqing immediately expressed her thanks. Today's matter was caused by her, and since Huoluan and the blood demon had both come to help, she naturally had to thank them. Hearing her call him Big Brother Hua, Huoluan felt a little strange, but he was even happier and gladly accepted it. The blood demon, on the other hand, was very forthright, waving his hand and saying, "There's no need to thank us. A man bullying a woman is just a sore sight. If you really want to thank us, give us some wine. Do you have any?" "Yes." Li Shiqing nodded quickly. She didn't drink much herself, but there was some flower wine she brewed herself in her space ring. The fragrance of the wine was rich and mellow, and since the 2 of them had saved her life today, she immediately invited the blood demon and Huoluan to sit on her peak to express her gratitude. Huoluan was still hesitating, but the blood demon immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. Compared to the other party's forthrightness, Huoluan was a little narrow-minded, but there was nothing else to say and he simply followed. On the peak of the mountain there was a full set of tables and chairs. Li Shiqing cooked a few dishes herself and took out a few jars of flower wine to entertain her two saviors. The banquet was a vegetarian one. There was no meat, and the dishes seemed to be made of some strange flowers. However, Li Shiqing was very clever, and these flowers made the dishes very enjoyable for Bloodseeker and Huoluan. Huoluan was full of praises for her. After 3 rounds of wine, Huoluan and Blood Demon were a little tipsy. Li Shiqing also drank a few mouthfuls. Her pure white face had a layer of red, which was very beautiful. They had fought side by side before, and now that they were exchanging toasts, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Li Shiqing and Huoluan both reported their names and looked at Bloodseeker. Blood Demon drank a mouthful of wine and said casually, "Mo Shang!" With a crash, Huoluan stood up in shock and said with wide eyes, "Demon Saint!" The Blood Demon laughed, as if he had expected this. He told Huoluan his name in detail. Huoluan let out a sigh of relief and sat down with a bitter smile. He was still a little scared. This Mo Shang came from a continent under Bei Limo's control. Yang Kai had already swallowed up Bei Limo's territory, so the demon race had naturally entered the small sealed world as well. His name was really a coincidence, Mo Shang, Mo Shang. Those who didn't know him would think he was a demon saint. Huoluan really didn't know how this guy had lived until now. If he had this name, Huoluan estimated that he would be beaten to death sooner or later. "Girl, you're not from the demon race, are you?" Mo Shang took a sip of wine and suddenly asked. Huoluan raised the glass of wine to his mouth slightly and turned to look at Li Shiqing. Previously, he didn't notice anything strange about this beautiful neighbor of his, only thinking that her name was a bit strange. But when they started fighting just now, Huoluan discovered that Li Shiqing didn't have any demonic qi and wasn't using her demonic qi. Instead, it was similar to the power displayed by those from the star boundary. However, he had never been to the star boundary, nor had he participated in the War of Two Worlds, so he wasn't too sure. On the other hand, Mo Shang was straightforward and asked this question without hesitation. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips and glanced over at Mo Shang, but found that the other party seemed to be asking casually with a calm expression, not intending to get to the bottom of it. However, there was no need to hide this matter, so she nodded and said, "I'm from the human race." Human race. Huoluan was shocked. This beautiful neighbor was really from the star boundary, only there would be humans in the star boundary. However, Mo Shang seemed to have expected this and wasn't surprised. "I heard that Saint Venerable Yu Rumeng has a human called Yang Kai who is highly regarded by the Saint Venerable. Do you know him?" Li Shiqing said indifferently, "Yes." Mo Shang was obviously interested in Yang Kai, so he immediately became spirited and said, "I heard that he participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven and stole the opportunity of the great emperors. Is it true?" "What Battle of Eternal Heaven?" Huoluan was confused. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yang Kai fled to the Cloud Shadow continent and caught Huoluan midway, borrowing his power to pass through the Realm Gate. So Huoluan didn't know about this at all. "Brother, Hua doesn't know?" Mo Shang looked at him strangely. Huoluan shook his head. Mo Shang immediately told him the whole story of the Battle of Eternal Heaven. In fact, he only heard about it from hearsay and didn't participate in it himself. However, this matter had caused a stir in the entire territory of the devil race and was very popular. There were very few people who didn't know about it. Huoluan listened with his mouth wide open, continuously swallowing saliva. The opportunity of the great emperors. What kind of incredible thing was this? The master who created this world actually had such great fortune? No wonder he picked up the remains of a half-saint. It turned out that the Eternal Heaven continent had swallowed that half-saint, and that great emperors had obviously been killed by the Bright Moon continent. In other words, he had obtained the legacy of a great emperor from the star boundary. After he finished speaking, Mo Shang turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "You and he are both humans, so you should be familiar with each other, right?" Li Shiqing was silent for a moment. Then, she stroked her hair behind her ear, picked up a wine jar and poured a cup of wine for the two of them. She shook her head and said, "Not really." Seeing that she was a little repulsed by this topic, Mo Shang and Huoluan stopped talking about it. After the banquet, Mo Sheng stood up and pointed at another mountain peak, asking, "Does that mountain have a master?" Huoluan shook his head. "No." Mo Sheng laughed loudly. "Then from now on it has a master." As he spoke, he grabbed an unfinished jar of flower wine from the table, put it on his shoulder, and swaggered toward the ownerless mountain peak. Huoluan laughed. Brother Mo's personality is really free and easy. Now, all 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley had a master. However, this was a good thing. It wouldn't have mattered if they were strangers, but the key was that the 3 of them had fought side by side today. If they encountered any trouble in the future, they could help each other. The current world wasn't peaceful. At the beginning of the world's creation, people's hearts were unstable, and all kinds of monsters appeared. Today there was a power demon, and the day after tomorrow there might be a corpse demon or bone demon or something. After Mo Sheng left, Huoluan didn't stay any longer. After thanking Li Shiqing for her hospitality, he quickly left. In the void of nothingness, Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood side by side. In the distant void, a huge rolling figure covered the sky and the earth, continuously devouring the continent. Behind the two, Boya stared at the rolling figure in a daze. She couldn't be more shocked. This was the first time she saw a rolling figure, and the first time she saw a continent being slowly devoured like a pancake. How could she not be shocked? "Continue." Yang Kai's voice rang out, and Boya slowly came back to her senses. She organized her words and continued. After that battle, Li Shiqing, Huoluan, and Mo Sheng lived in the 3 peaks of 10,000 Flower Valley. The 3 of them often visited each other and got along quite well. Yang Kai nodded. "Did you find out where that power demon came from?" Regarding Li Shiqing, Yang Kai was having a headache. Ever since she saw him kill the great emperors Mingyu in the Eternal Heaven continent, Li Shiqing's attitude towards him had taken a huge turn. It was as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Last time, she even tried to assassinate him in Cloud Shadow Mainland's city guarding palace. A month ago, when Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow Mainland, although Li Shiqing didn't do anything unwise, her attitude towards him was extremely cold. After Cloud Shadow Mainland was devoured, Li Shiqing stayed in the small sealed world bead. Later, Yang Kai learned that Li Shiqing had left alone and no one knew where she had gone. It was not easy for an ordinary person to find someone in the vast small sealed world bead. They might not even be able to find her for the rest of their lives. However, the small sealed world bead was Yang Kai's territory, so after sweeping it with his divine sense, he was able to find Li Shiqing. He then used some means to send Boya not far from Li Shiqing and ordered her to secretly pay attention to Li Shiqing's safety and report to him if anything happened. For this reason, Yang Kai also left a space secret technique sealed in the space spirit jade for Boya. In a moment of crisis, Boya only needed to crush the space spirit jade and Yang Kai would be able to sense it. Boya clearly saw what happened in 10,000 Flower Valley a few days ago, but at that time, even without Mo Sheng and Huoluan's help, she would have secretly helped Li Shiqing deal with that power demon, so there was no need to inform Yang Kai. Later, Huoluan took action and Mo Sheng appeared out of nowhere, so there was no need for her to expose herself. Today, when Yang Kai summoned her from the small sealed world bead to ask about Li Shiqing's situation, Boya naturally had to report what happened at that time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Boya replied, "I did, but the demon race in the small sealed world is a mix of crooks and dragons, so I couldn't find any clues." "What about that blood demon? That guy called Mo Sheng?" Yang Kai asked again. "This Mo Sheng is indeed the demon king of one of the continents under Bailey Mo's command. There is no mistake about it. They couldn't find out the origin of the power demon because there was no trace of it, but Mo Sheng had mentioned his origin before, so it was easy to find out." Mo Sheng. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Do you think it was a coincidence? Or does he have ulterior motives?" Boya pondered for a moment before replying, "It should be a coincidence, right? Also, that Mo Sheng's temperament isn't bad. He's very straightforward and generous. He doesn't seem like a scheming person." Yang Kai nodded. "It's best if he doesn't have ulterior motives. Pay close attention to that side, especially that Mo Sheng." Report to me if anything happens. Although Li Shiqing didn't give him any face, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore her. If something happened to Li Shiqing in the small sealed world, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors. Yes. Boya nodded seriously. Chapter 3591. Anyway, I'll be leaving on the 17th to participate in Yuewin's salon. I'm going to Japan this time, so I have to save up some manuscripts in the next few days. Otherwise, I won't be able to write much when I get there. Oh. Yang Kai was about to put her into the sealed world bead and send her to the 10,000 Flower Valley when Boya suddenly said, "By the way, that Mo Shang's back looks very similar to yours." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Under the surge of his space principles, Boya disappeared. Trouble has come. Chang Tian, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the void in front of him as if he could see through the barrier of space. "I'll have to trouble Senior." Yang Kai nodded gently. Trouble should have come a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised. It took him 3 months to devour Bai Limo's territory, and another month to devour Yu Ru Meng's territory. After such a long time, it was impossible for the other demon saint to not notice such a big change in the demon territory. Since they noticed, they would definitely track him down and investigate, so Yang Kai already knew that as long as he made a move, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with the other demon saint. However, he was already satisfied with the 4-month buffer period. There was still half of Yu Ru Meng's territory left to be devoured, and he only needed 1 more month to complete the task. At that time, he could set his sights on the territories of the other demon saint. As for how much he could devour, it would depend on how the other demon saint dealt with it. "Be careful, don't die." As Chang Tian's voice fell, he had already taken a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away, and with another step, he disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. As soon as he left, Yang Kai immediately pushed his demon chi to protect himself. At the same time, he opened the demon eye of annihilation in his right eye to monitor the surroundings. He didn't know how many demon saint had come, but he was sure that there weren't many demon saint, maybe only one. After all, demon saints' time was precious, and most of their souls were injured in the last battle of eternal heaven. They must be healing now, so who would run around for no reason? Those who could trace this place must be the demon saint bordering Bai Limo or Yu Ru Meng's territory. Only those few could be the first to discover the abnormality of these many continents. In the void, Chang Tian suddenly stopped and stared ahead with an indifferent expression. After a long time, he said, "Brother Zhu's escape technique is extraordinary, but even this chaotic void can't block your aura. I can smell it from thousands of miles away, so what's the point of hiding?" A figure suddenly appeared a few dozen kilometers away from where Chang Tian was. This figure was thin, like a shriveled corpse. His skin was as white as paper, and he looked ferocious. He was one of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory, the Lord of Corpse Demons, Wuxia. Chang Tian. Zhuan stared at Chang Tian with his eyes that looked like a dead fish. His eyes were white, and his pupils were the size of a needle. He looked horrible, and his voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. "Why are you here?" Chang Tian didn't answer, but asked, "Why can't this king be here?" Wuxia didn't want to be entangled with him and turned to look around. What happened here? And what happened to the other continents under Yu Ru Meng? What does this have to do with the human race? The demon saints were not stupid. Only a great divine technique could make the continents disappear. In all of demon, no one had such an ability. However, as he continued investigating, he discovered that the continents showed signs of being devoured. It wasn't until he came here and saw Raleigh that Zhu and realized the truth behind the continents being devoured. Rolling's body was full of strong spatial fluctuations, and the space around him was cracked. It was not difficult for him to associate it with Yang Kai. Chang Tian didn't answer. The corners of Zhu Che's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His dry voice sounded again. "It seems that you are with that human. Chang Tian, this king advises you not to seek your own death. You should know the consequences of being my enemy." Chang Tian said coldly. This king has learned about it tens of thousands of years ago. Zhu Qi's needle-like eyes widened slightly. He pointed forward and said, This king is going to deal with that boy. Get out of my way. Chang Tian didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Dragon Fang sword, refined from Chang Tian's own Dragon Fang. It was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Chang Tian's attitude was obvious. There was no need to say anything. Zhu Qie roared, and the corpse qi on his body rolled. He raised his hand and 3 black coffins appeared in front of him. As soon as the coffins appeared, there was a series of banging sounds from inside, and a monstrous evil qi rolled out. It seemed that some peerless monster was about to break out of the coffins. Before he could cast another spell, Chang Tian had already slashed at him with the sword. The demonic qi rolled and turned into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It shook its head and swung its tail, destroying the void. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Zhu Qie's expression didn't change. He made a hand seal and the demonic qi in the coffins filled the air. With 3 muffled sounds, the monsters in the coffins came out. All of them looked terrifying with green faces and fangs. The 3 monsters looked up to the sky and howled. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out crazily, and then met the black dragon. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The master of the 100-spirit continent and the master of the corpse devil fought fiercely. Except for the strong rise of Chang Tian tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rarely had a chance to fight in the demon territory. The most recent time was the Battle of Eternal Heaven, but at that time, the demon saint teamed up to fight against the great emperors of the Bright Moon, so it didn't count. But at this moment, Zhu Qie and Chang Tian were fighting alone. It was not that they hadn't fought before. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had fought several times, but there was no clear winner. Tens of thousands of years later, the situation was still the same. No one could do anything to the other. Suddenly, Zhu Qie sneered. That boy is dead. Chang Tian thrust out his sword and responded indifferently. Is it Qi Yan or Mo Kan? Or perhaps, both of them are here? Zhu Qie, Qi Yan, and Mo Kan were the neighbors of Yu Rumeng and Bei Li Mo. If there was anyone who noticed the abnormalities of the continents first, it would be them. Now that Zhu Qie had appeared, at least one of the remaining 2 had come here. It was just that he hadn't shown up yet. He must have taken advantage of the time when Chang Tian was delayed to find trouble with Yang Kai. Zhu Qie was startled. Aren't you worried at all? Chang Tian said. What's there to be worried about? Zhu Qie's pupils were only as big as needles, and he couldn't shrink any further. He gritted his teeth and said, Impossible. Yu Rumeng isn't with that boy. I've seen this clearly before. Without the demon saint's protection, he will die. Chang Tian said coldly, He won't die. While the 2 were talking and fighting, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious. He looked at the void in front of him and said, Which saint has come? Why don't you show yourself? As the void distorted and the raging flames roiled, a fiery light suddenly appeared 10 kilometers away. Inside this fiery light was a figure, and even from 10 kilometers away, the scorching heat caused the demonic qi protecting Yang Kai's body to evaporate. The master of flame devils, Qi Yan. Yang Kai had seen all the demon saint in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and Qi Yan's characteristics were so obvious. He naturally recognized him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, So it's Senior Qi Yan. Excuse my lack of manners. Qi Yan looked at Yang Kai, then turned to look at the huge figure in the distance who was devouring the continents. His eyes were like fire as he shouted, Boy, what the hell are you doing? Do you think you have lived too long? Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression. Why do you say that, Senior Qi Yan? Qi Yan sneered. Don't tell me this isn't your doing. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior Qi Yan is right. This is my doing. You have guts, you actually dare to devour the continents in the demon territory. Qi Yan immediately shouted angrily. His shout was mixed with scorching divine soul power, which pierced Yang Kai's knowledge sea like fire and burned his divine soul. Senior Qi Yan is wise. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. It was also for the sake of the demon territory. Yang Kai cupped his hands again in a polite manner. The flames in Qi Yan's eyes jumped twice, and he couldn't hide his surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, that angry shout wasn't something a high-rank demon king could bear. In his estimation, Yang Kai would at least be injured, but this boy was completely fine. This was really surprising. A high-rank demon king had such a powerful divine soul cultivation? Or did he have some kind of protective treasure on him? Suppressing his doubts, Qi Yan laughed wildly. For the sake of the demon territory? What a big tone. Are you from the demon race? How dare you boast so shamelessly? Yang Kai said seriously, this has nothing to do with whether I am from the demon race or not. Qi Yan snorted coldly. You Ru Meng fought for you in vain. I didn't expect you to seek your own death. It's really a waste of her painstaking efforts. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Senior Qi Yan is wrong. Senior Qi Yan has treated me well. Naturally, I have to give her a peach and return the favor. This is just a bright road for the demon territory and a future. Without giving him a chance to speak again, Yang Kai continued, the demon territory is falling apart. The realm gate is unstable, and the continents are gradually disappearing. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. This boy now has the ability to reshape the demon race territory. Naturally, I can't hide it. Reshape the laws of the demon territory. Turn the pieces into the whole. The flames on Qi Yan's body suddenly surged, showing his mood was unstable. He looked back at the rolling stone and said, that's the method? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. If not, how could this boy have the ability to behave atrociously in Senior Qi Yan's territory? I have to get her approval. Where is Yu Ru Meng? Qi Yan turned his head and looked around. Not here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Qi Yan eagerly. This boy here has to ask Senior Qi Yan to help me. This boy is willing to swear that after the matter is done, I will repay Senior Qi Yan twice. Help you? How can I help you? Qi Yan asked. Let this boy swallow the continent under Senior Qi Yan. That is to help me. Qi Yan didn't speak, just looked at him coldly. His body leaned forward slightly, and the oppressive momentum came to him. He said faintly, say it again. Sure enough, Kai Yang repeated himself, his face full of sincerity. Chapter 3592. Suddenly, Qi Yan laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, the flames on his body rolling. After a while, Qi Yan stopped laughing, his eyes as cold as ice. Your courage is not small. Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Holy Senior does not agree. What a pity. Qi Yan said, if it is as you say, this senior can capture you and succeed. So, Holy Senior wants to kill me? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Qi Yan looked around. Yang Kai said, Holy Senior Ru Meng is not here. When his words fell, Qi Yan had already raised his hand and a flame turned into a rope, rolling towards Yang Kai. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, feeling the scorching power. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Pushing her demonic qi, an icy aura suddenly rose and turned into an ice barrier, blocking in front of her. The flames collided, melting each other, and the void exploded. Bastard! Two angry shouts came out at the same time. It was Bai Liemo and Qi Yan. Bai Liemo was annoyed in her heart. Originally, she was fine in the small sealed world bead, but suddenly, she felt a force pulling her here, and before she could react, she was facing Qi Yan. Cold and hot were incompatible. Among the many demon saints, although Bai Liemo and Yu Ru Meng did not get along, that was only because they were next to each other. However, if there was one demon saint that she disliked the most, it was definitely not Yu Ru Meng, but Qi Yan. The two demon saints were proficient in completely opposite principles, so they were each other's nemesis. In the territories of other demon saints, there were many different races of demon race, but only Bai Liemo's territory did not have a single flame demon, and Qi Yan's territory did not have a single snow demon. For Yang Kai to bring her out to face Qi Yan at this time was a perfect match for him. Qi Yan scolded because he felt that he had been deceived by Yang Kai and was a little angry. He had clearly checked carefully and found that there was no one else around except for Yang Kai. He did not expect Bei Liamo to suddenly appear. Yang Kai shrugged. Saint Senior Ru Meng really isn't here. Ru Meng was still in the sealed world bead. Bei Liamo. Qi Yan roared. At this time, he couldn't care less about being angry with Yang Kai. Compared to him, Bei Liamo was actually helping Yang Kai. His voice was full of disbelief as he asked, "Are you crazy?" Bei Liamo didn't answer. Her delicate body trembled as icicles suddenly appeared behind her. Each icicle emitted a cold light and was several meters long. She pointed forward and shouted, "Go!" The sound of something tearing through the air was incessant, and the countless ice-cold attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they blasted towards Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame raised his hands and sent out countless fireballs, each of which corresponded to an icicle. A moment later, the fireball and the icicle covered each other and burst out clouds of mist in the void, causing a series of explosions. Before the first move had even ended, another one followed. Bei Liamo formed a series of seals with her hands, separating them, then bringing them together, shouting in a low voice, "Seal!" A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in the void, directly freezing the place where Qi Yan was standing. The vast expanse of space was completely frozen, and even Qi Yan was sealed inside. However, in the next moment, flames burst out from Qi Yan's body and a scorching power burst out, melting the ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths of time, Qi Yan had already broken free. Bei Liamo's decisive action completely enraged Qi Yan, and as he roared, he opened his mouth and sent out an 800-kilometer sea of flames. Yang Kai had already disappeared from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on Rolling's back, waiting with rapt attention. The continent in front of him had not been completely swallowed, so even if there was a strong enemy in front of him, Yang Kai could not give up halfway and had Rolling completely swallow this continent. As expected, Qi Yan and the other demon saint had already arrived, but what about the last one? Yang Kai did not know if the last nearby demon saint had arrived, but just in case, he had to protect Rolling. Standing on Rolling's back, Yang Kai had already established a connection with Ru Meng in the mysterious small world, so he could summon her at any time to catch the enemy off guard. However, Yang Kai was not worried, he still had Ru Meng. Even if another demon saint appeared, Ru Meng would be able to hold on for some time. Unless more than 3 demon saint appeared, no one would be able to interrupt Rolling's swallowing. But now, 2 demon saint had already appeared, so it was impossible for 3 more to come. The demon saint were all busy healing, so who would gather together when they had nothing better to do? Only the nearby demon saint would come when they sensed something was wrong. On both sides, in the void, dazzling lights constantly flashed, and from time to time, violent fluctuations of power would appear. These were the aftermath of the battle between the 2 demon saint level masters. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not see another demon saint, so it seemed that only Qi Yan and the other demon saint who was fighting with Chang Tian had come to investigate the situation. However, he did not relax his vigilance. It was not until a day later that the Rolling completely swallowed the continent that Yang Kai put away the Rolling, and under the fluctuation of the space law, he began to move in the void. Not far away was the Realm Gate, so it did not take long for Yang Kai to arrive at the Realm Gate. With a wave of his hand, he released Ru Meng. For eyes met, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Act according to the plan." "How many came?" Ru Meng asked. 2. Qi Yan, and I don't know who the other one is. Ru Meng chuckled. "It should be Zhu Qian or Mo Can. You go. Be careful." "I know, you too." Yang Kai squeezed her hand, turned around, and disappeared into the Realm Gate. Ru Meng looked back at the void, her beautiful eyes turned, her pupils shrank, and soon saw the situation of the 2 battlefields. Although the battle between Chang Tian and Zhu Qian was fierce, it was not dangerous. Both sides had reserved their strength, and they knew that they could not defeat the other side alone, so there was no need to kill. On the contrary, Bai Liemo and Qi Yan, when the cold and the hot met, it was like sprinkling salt in a pot of oil. They fought so fiercely that both of them had suffered some injuries. Standing in the distance and watching the bustle, Yu Rumeng was content and even hummed a song happily. Counting silently in her heart, when it reached 100, Yu Rumeng's red lips squirmed, and she silently spat out a word, condensing it into a bundle and sending it directly to Bai Liemo's ears. After hearing this voice, the demon qi in Bai Liemo's body suddenly soared, and when her silver hair fluttered, her voice was cold. 10,000 miles ice seal. In the void, there was suddenly a small frost, and the frost quickly gathered in the middle, completely freezing the surrounding 10,000 miles in an instant, living up to the name of the 10,000 miles ice seal technique. Qi Yan's expression was cold, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, resisting the extreme cold with extreme heat, not showing the slightest fear. However, what surprised him was that after Bai Liemo displayed this divine technique, she coldly snorted and fled like lightning. After a dozen breaths, Qi Yan broke the divine technique and stared at Bai Liemo's disappearing back, frowning, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Turning his head to look at the distant place, there was no trace of the previous behemoth. Not only was the monster that swallowed the continent gone, but even the entire continent was gone. Not good. Qi Yan seemed to think of something, and immediately urged his demon qi, turning into a flame and chasing after Bai Liemo. At the same time, Chang Tian, who was fighting fiercely with Zhu Qian, let out a long laugh, and after one move, he stopped and stood still. Zhu Qian, you can't do anything to this king. Zhu Qian coldly snorted, and the three monsters in front of him also bared their teeth, as if cheering for their master. What can you do to this king? Chang Tian said, yes, the difference in strength between you and me is not much. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid it will take a few months or even a few years. It's better to stop now. Zhu Qian's expression was vigilant. Although he did not know what Chang Tian wanted to do, his actions were obviously a bit abnormal. Just as he was puzzled, Zhu Qian's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to the side and shouted, Bai Liemo! In the distance, a white light shot over, exuding Bai Liemo's aura, so Zhu Qian was naturally not unfamiliar with it. But why was Bai Liemo here? And according to the previous investigation, all the continents of Bai Liemo had disappeared, and should have been swallowed by that behemoth. She appeared here. Was she an enemy or a friend? Unable to determine, Zhu Qian retreated a little, opening up a distance between him and Chang Tian. Not long after, Bai Liemo had rushed in front of Chang Tian and landed in front of him, nodding slightly. Zhu Hua's pupils shrank, because Bai Liemo was injured, and it was obvious that her injuries were caused by Qi Yan. It seemed that when he and Chang Tian were fighting here, Bai Liemo and Qi Yan were also fighting. In this way, Bai Liemo's position was obvious. Before he could finish thinking, Chang Tian shouted in a low voice, let's go together. Zhu Qian was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately fled desperately. 1 against 2, of course, there was no danger to his life, but he would definitely suffer a little. He was not a fool. How could he give Chang Tian and Bai Liemo a chance to attack him together? With this retreat, he retreated 1,000 miles. But what stunned Zhu Qian was that after Chang Tian shouted that sentence, he did not show any signs of attacking, and instead immediately fled with Bai Liemo. It was a fake attack. How bad? Zhu Qian gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to pursue rashly. Who knew what the other side was up to? A flame shot close, and a moment later, Qi Yan appeared. Seeing each other face to face, Qi Yan asked, they didn't attack you? When he saw Bai Liemo retreat, he thought that she was going to join forces with Chang Tian to deal with Zhu Qian, so he hurriedly came to help, but who would have thought that there was no fight at all, and instead Chang Tian and Bai Liemo fled first. Zhu Qian shook his head. Strange. Qi Yan frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately looked in the direction Chang Tian and Bai Liemo fled, shouting, not good. Chapter 3593. Every one of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Their hearts were tough, and they could remain calm even if a continent collapsed in front of them. But today, the master of flame devils, Scarlet Flamesage, had said not good twice in a very short time. The first time was a mistake, but the second time was really bad. He saw the realm gate not far away. After the battle of Eternal Heaven, the scene of Yang Kai escaping immediately appeared in his mind. At that time, Yang Kai had obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled in panic. Many demon saint followed closely behind. If the realm gate hadn't suddenly disappeared without a trace, how could that human, who was only comparable to a middle-rank demon king at the time, escape the demon saint's pursuit? The realm gate couldn't disappear for no reason. Even if it did, it would take a long time. That human could repair and maintain the realm gate, so he had probably studied the method to seal it. This was the consensus of many demon saint after seeing the realm gate disappear that day. This continent had already become a void. If even the realm gate was sealed, then wouldn't it become a land of death? What Scarlet Flame could think of, Zhu Kai naturally could as well. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly rushed toward the realm gate with Scarlet Flame, secretly praying that things wouldn't go as he imagined. But what he feared would happen. When the two demon saint ran side by side and saw the realm gate in the distance, Bai Liemo and Chang Tian had already disappeared. Only Yu Rumeng stood in front of the realm gate, looking in their direction with a smile and a mocking expression. Then her red lips moved, and a sentence was clearly sent to the two demon saints' ears. "You guys have fun." Scarlet Flame and Zhu Kai's expressions changed again. Different colored lights burst out of their bodies, and their speed suddenly increased, hurriedly rushing toward the realm gate. They were really anxious to death. After saying that, Yu Rumeng turned around, walked into the realm gate, and disappeared. As they got closer and closer to the portal, Zhu Qian and Qi Yan both looked excited. In just 3 breaths, they could pass through the portal and leave this place. 3 breaths later, the two demon saint indeed passed through the realm gate. However, the instant they reached it, the realm gate suddenly disappeared. The two of them plunged into the air and ran for thousands of kilometers before they could stabilize themselves. Looking back, the entire world was empty and chaotic. Qi Yan and Zhu Qian's faces were grimaced. At this moment, how could they not know that they had fallen into the little thief's trap? They were afraid that he had calculated everything. Otherwise, how could he have made such a comprehensive plan in such a short time? Now that the two demon saint had come together, they were both trapped in the void. It would take a lot of effort for them to leave this place and return to the demon territory. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, they would have given up hope. However, Qi Yan and Zhu Qian were not ordinary people. As demon saint, they had confidence. At this point, it was useless to regret and complain. It was more important to find a way to return to the demon territory as soon as possible. They looked at each other and didn't need to communicate. The two of them flew back side by side and rushed into the distance. There was definitely more than one realm gate on this continent. Since one was sealed, they naturally had to find another way out. However, 3 days later, the two of them flew back and stopped in front of a void. After 3 days of searching, they were sure that all the realm gates on this continent had been sealed. They couldn't find any exit at all. They weren't sure where the other realm gates were, so they could only come back. After staring for a while, Qi Yan pointed ahead and said, "Is it here?" Zhu Qian shook his head. "It should be 300 feet to the left." "Are you sure?" Qi Yan looked back at him. Zhu Qian was silent for a moment and said decisively, "I'm not sure." Qi Yan didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it together." "Okay." Zhu Qian nodded. The two demon saint immediately stood 300 feet apart and looked at the void in front of them solemnly, as if there was a lifelong enemy standing there. His demon chi suddenly surged, and a scorching aura filled the air. Qi Yan had already punched the void. His fist was surrounded by white flames that seemed to be able to melt even the void. On the other side, Zhu Qian's movements were undoubtedly much gentler. He flicked his 10 fingers and small threads visible to the naked eye probed forward. Strangely, the void seemed to turn into a lake, and the threads disappeared as soon as they entered it. Then Zhu Qian urged his demon qi, and then... There was no then. Zhu Qian stopped and came to Qi Yan's side. He said, "You were right." Qi Yan ignored him and just punched the void in front of him again and again. That punch was so powerful that even a continent would be torn apart. The void in front of him also began to break, and cracks appeared one after another. After a dozen or so punches, the void really did shatter, revealing a huge hole. The chaotic void qi inside was even stronger than where the two of them were now. If they really rushed in, they might get lost in the void crevice forever, unable to find their way back. But at this point, what choice did the two demon saints have? They could only fight to live. What's more, the two of them were not helpless. They just had to take some risks. Long breath, long breath. After a while, Qi Yan said, "Let's go." Then he was about to take a step forward. "Wait a minute." Zhu Qian raised his hand to stop him and pointed at Zhu Qian. From the tip of his finger, a white thread swam out and came to Zhu Qian. The white thread was like a living thing, wriggling. Qi Yan saw it and immediately showed a look of disgust. "Hee." Zhu Qian smiled. "You and I don't know how dangerous it is inside, but the aura is not good. With this soul-guiding silk, you and I will not be separated." Qi Yan did not answer, but he slightly withdrew the flames on his body, revealing a gap. The soul-guiding silk immediately went into Qi Yan's body through the gap and disappeared. The two of them then stepped into the void. What greeted them was a mass of void turbulence, which almost engulfed Crimson Flame, who was in the lead. Fortunately, Crimson Flame's skills were profound, and he managed to escape after sensing that something was wrong. If it was a demon king, he would have died immediately. There was no light, only endless void turbulence and wild void storms. With the soul-guiding silk, the two demon saints would not be separated. But since they stepped into the void, the two of them could no longer feel the passage of time. Not only that, they could not tell the direction and could only move forward step by step. After a long time, Qi Yan suddenly stopped and asked, "Can you feel the aura of the ancestral land?" There were hundreds of races in the territory of the demon race, but there was only one ancestral land. The ancestral land was invisible, and no one knew where it was. But it was the origin of all the demon race. Ordinary demon race did not know this at all, but when the demon saint level powerhouses were promoted, they received the blessings of the ancestral land. This was the biggest reason why the two demon saints dared to enter the void. Here, they could not tell the direction and could not find the exit, but as long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land and follow it, they would be able to get out of here one day. The words came out, but no sound came out. Qi Yan suddenly understood and urged his demon qi to send a message to Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao replied, "No, what about you?" Qi Yan said, "No." "Then let's keep going." They could only keep going. The void was not a sealed jar. Since they could enter, they could get out. They just needed to find the right way. They could not feel it here, but it did not mean that they could not feel it anywhere else. As long as they could feel the aura of the ancestral land, the two demon saints could find the exit. Maybe it would take 3 to 5 years, maybe 100 years, but they could not be trapped here for real. While Qi Yan and Zhu Qiao were trapped in the void, Yang Kai was busy devouring the remaining continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The arrival of Qi Yan and Zhu Qiao was expected. Since they could not stop them, they could only go with the flow. Trapping them in the void was the result of Yang Kai's discussion with Yu Rumeng and the others. Although the three of them had the upper hand against Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan, it was very difficult to kill a demon saint. Back then, the Eternal Heaven continent had made such a big scene just to kill the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Where could Yang Kai make such a scene? Since they could not kill them, they could only trap them. In this way, they would have more buffer time, at least enough for them to devour all the continents under Yu Rumeng's command. The ancestral land is ethereal and impossible to find, but it is everywhere. As long as they can feel the aura of the ancestral land, it will not be difficult to escape. If it were me, this is the only way. Yu Rumeng stood beside Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked how long it would take for Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan to escape, she answered like this. Ancestral land? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Chang Tian also glanced at her. He had achieved the power of a demon saint through his bloodline inheritance. When he was promoted, he did not feel the aura of the ancestral land, so Yu Rumeng's statement was very novel. Yu Rumeng said, "Only by obtaining the blessing of the ancestral land can a demon saint be a demon saint." Hearing this, Yang Kai understood a little. It's like the recognition of the star boundary. More or less. Yang Kai secretly lamented that it was a pity. After all, the place where Zhu Qiao and Qi Yan were trapped was still in the demon territory, which gave them the opportunity to feel the ancestral land. If they were trapped in the star boundary, they would never be able to leave the void crevice unless they were extremely lucky and found the exit. But then again, this time they were taking advantage of the uniqueness of the continents in the demon territory. The star boundary did not have such convenient conditions. At the very least, the continents and realm gates were not available in the star boundary. Then how long do you think it will take for them to escape? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "That's hard to say. After all, I have never entered the void crevice, so I don't know what is inside. But in general, this kind of thing depends on their luck. If they are lucky, they may be able to escape in a few days. If they are unlucky, they may be trapped for decades or even centuries." Bailey Mo did not like her and coldly snorted, "It's the same as not saying anything." Chapter 3594. Time passed quickly, and another month passed by. Yu Rumeng's continent had been completely devoured. Without stopping, Yang Kai headed straight for Qi Yan's territory. Qi Yan and Zhu Ho were still trapped in the void. So how could Yang Kai remain indifferent when such a big piece of meat was placed in front of his mouth? In any case, in his plan, the entire demon territory was to be devoured. After devouring Yu Rumeng's territory, Raleigh changed again. Its body had expanded to 10,000 miles. It was a true colossus. Once it was released, it could completely devour a continent in just over a day. Earth-shaking changes were also taking place in the small sealed world. Its territory was constantly expanding, and the world principles and world energy that filled the small sealed world were gradually becoming richer. Although the world principles had not yet reached the level where a Dao Source Realm Master could be born in the small sealed world, it was close. Yang Kai estimated that as long as he devoured Qi Yan's territory, it would be enough to meet this condition. Days passed by, and the Rolling Stone almost kept the speed of devouring a continent a day. Although there were still some half-saints stationed in Qi Yan's territory, Yang Kai now had so many powerful helpers around him that a half-saint could not make any waves. Every time he arrived at a continent, Yang Kai would seal the world gate in advance, completely cutting off the connection between that continent and the outside world, and then release the Rolling Stone. If a half-saint came to stop him, Yu Rumeng, Bailey Mo, or Chang Tian would deal with them. Often, they would be captured and thrown into the small sealed world to be imprisoned. Qi Yan also had more than a dozen half-saint subordinates. Excluding those who were killed at the hands of the great emperors Mingyu and sent to the star boundary, there were still 6 half-saint in the demon territory. These 6 half-saints, without exception, all stayed on their own continents and were then wiped out by Yang Kai. Being trapped in the void, not only did he lose his territory, but he also lost so many half-saint subordinates. Yang Kai wondered what Qi Yan's expression would be if he had a chance to escape and learned about this. Yang Kai understood that the more he struggled here, the less pressure there would be on the astral plane. Naturally, he would spare no effort. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to cause a ruckus for much longer. It had already been half a year since the plan to devour the demon territory began. Even if those demon saints were still recovering, they should have reacted by now. In the demon territory, excluding Yu Rumeng, Bailey Mo, and the 2 trapped by him, there were still 8 demon saints. With such a huge force, even if they didn't gather all of them, they would be able to force him to stop. However, Yang Kai didn't want to eat too much in one go. Devouring the demon territory was a huge and long-term project, and this was just an appetizer. Another month later, Crimson Flame's territory was completely devoured. Not a single piece of land was left. Yang Kai didn't stop. Under the accompaniment of Chang Tian, he directly went to Zhu Chang's territory and committed another round of outrages. However, just as he had expected, the great demon saints of the demon domain finally reacted to his actions. Half a month ago, Chang Tian had sensed the aura of a great demon saint from afar, but he couldn't tell who it was because the other party didn't seem to have any intention of approaching and only watched from afar. Unfortunately, by the time Yang Kai completely sealed the realm gate of that continent, the demon saint had already disappeared, so Yang Kai couldn't use the same method to plot against the other party. On this day, another continent was completely devoured. Yang Kai and Chang Tian stood on Rolling Stone's back. Compared with the huge and majestic body of Rolling Stone, the two were like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Just as they were about to set off for the next continent, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He put away Rolling Stone and frowned. "Senior, please wait a moment." Chang Tian stopped and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to directly throw the sealed world bead over. Chang Tian caught it, but Yang Kai's figure had already flashed and disappeared. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world bead. Chang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't know what had happened to make him enter the small sealed world bead in such a hurry, but it should be related to the things inside. Holding the sealed world bead, Chang Tian showed a look of interest and kept stroking it. Although he knew that Rolling Stone was transformed from the sealed world bead and knew about its magic, this was the first time he had come into direct contact with it. So naturally, he couldn't help but investigate it. However, although his cultivation was profound, he didn't cultivate the Tao of space, so how could he pry into the mysteries of the sealed world bead? At the same time, in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai directly appeared in the medicine garden, looked at the embodiment, and asked, "What happened?" Just now, Yang Kai came here because he heard the call of the embodiment. Since devouring Cloud Shadow Continent, the embodiment had been in the medicine garden. The two wood spirits were also sitting on the embodiment's shoulders at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai, Mu Lu anxiously said, "Master, this is bad. This world is about to be assimilated." Mu Zhu also nodded fiercely with an anxious look on her face. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. After Yang Kai asked, he had already felt it. Strictly speaking, the small sealed world bead could be divided into 3 territory areas. The first territory area was the territory of the small sealed world bead itself, needless to say. The second territory area was the territory expanded after devouring 3 cultivation stars in the lower plane star. It was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star that Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to stimulate the sealed world bead, resulting in the birth of the Rolling Star. The third territory area was the territory formed after devouring the various continents in the territory of the demon-devouring Great Emperor. For a long time, Yang Kai had strictly divided these 3 territory areas, and they were not connected to each other. In terms of world principles and the richness of energy, the first territory area was undoubtedly the strongest, which was the territory where the medicine garden was located. The world principles here were almost the same as the star boundary. The second territory area was only equivalent to the territory of the lower plane star. The third territory area was originally the worst, but as time passed and the various continents were devoured, the latecomers caught up. Although it was far inferior to the territory of the medicine garden, it was now much stronger than the second territory. In the second territory area, the world principles had now broken through the shackles of the Tao Source Realm and were enough to allow a Tao Source Realm cultivator to break through. The world that Mu Lu mentioned was about to be assimilated was not the first territory of the medicine garden, but the second territory formed by the 3 cultivation stars. In terms of size, the second territory area was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the third territory, and in terms of world principles it was also inferior. Previously, Yang Kai had set up a barrier to separate the 2 worlds, so it was not a big problem, but with the devouring of this continent today, the world principles in the third territory area had broken through, causing a problem. The first territory area, where the medicine garden was located, was not affected. Although it was the smallest, its world principles were the strongest, so it was unaffected. However, the barrier of the second territory area had been greatly impacted. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out and noticed that the barrier he had set up was showing signs of loosening. Once this barrier was completely broken, the third territory area was very likely to completely merge with the second territory area. He was the master of the sealed world bead, so logically speaking, he should be able to control everything here, but whether it was the second or third territory, they were all man-made and could not be considered the main body of the sealed world bead, so his control was greatly reduced. These two areas each had their own world principles, so unless one side completely annexed the other, they would never be peaceful. Once such a thing happened, the inhabitants of the 3 cultivation stars living in the second territory area would be completely demonized. Among those people, there were only a handful of origin kings, so how could they resist the world principles from the demon territory? That was the lives of hundreds of millions of people. The embodiment was aware of this, so it had contacted Yang Kai with its divine sense and asked him to come in and investigate the situation. Currently, the second territory area was showing signs of annexing the third territory area, but if this rolling continued and strengthened the world principles in the third territory area, sooner or later the second and third territory areas would completely merge. Yang Kai also did not expect this to happen, and after understanding the situation, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. According to his plan, he was going to swallow all of Zhu Jin's territory, and then if he had the opportunity, he would go and swallow the other demon saints' territories. Anyway, he would swallow as much as he could. But now that this situation had occurred, this plan could only be put on hold. Before the problem of the small sealed world was solved, the third territory area could not grow any stronger, otherwise the second territory area would only last for a shorter time. With a thought, Yang Kai strengthened the barrier between the 2 territory areas, frowning and said, "I understand. I'll find a way to solve it. You monitor the situation over there and inform me immediately if anything happens." The embodiment nodded solemnly and asked again, "How do you plan to solve it?" Yang Kai said honestly, "I don't know, but there is always a way." A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared in the void. Chang Tian threw the sealed world bead back to him, but seeing his expression change, he could not help asking, "What happened?" Yang Kai said, "I'm afraid the matter of the small sealed world will have to be put on hold for a while. There's a situation in the small sealed world." "Is it serious?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not too serious, but before that matter is solved, we can't swallow anymore." Chang Tian nodded. Now that he and Yang Kai were grasshoppers on the same rope, as long as Yang Kai was fine, he was fine, and vice versa, he could not help but show some concern. "It's fine as long as you know what you're doing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way." In just a short while, he had already come up with an idea. "That's for the best. Let's go." Yang Kai called out and rushed towards the nearest world gate. Not long after, the 2 stepped out of the world gate together and appeared on another continent. Just as they steadied themselves, Yang Kai's expression changed. At the same time, Chang Tian grabbed Yang Kai and dragged him behind him. When he opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon's roar visible to the naked eye turned into layers of shockwaves that shattered everything. A blood-red light came in front of them, but it shattered inch by inch under the dragon's roar. A blood-red shadow rushed over quickly. Xue Li's red hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were also red. As he grinned, he spread out a boundless sea of blood, trying to envelop Chang Tian and Yang Kai. Chang Tian retreated, quickly retreated. His body did not move, but his figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he retreated 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 3595. However, among the 12 demon saint, Xue Li's escape technique was the best. Although Chang Tian's movements were fast, Xue Li was still unable to shake him off. As one advanced and one retreated, the 2 demon saint level masters were also fighting fiercely. Demonic chi vibrated and rumbled endlessly as violent energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was placed behind Chang Tian to protect him, felt a great sense of danger. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and summoned Yu Rumeng and Bai Liemo. Under the surge of ice principles, Several transparent and almost imperceptible hexagonal ice shields formed around Yang Kai's body to protect him. Bei Li Mo's reaction was quick. Although she didn't know what was going on, because they had discussed it beforehand, if Yang Kai summoned her without warning, he must have encountered a strong enemy. So, when she realized that she was no longer in the sealed world bead, she immediately used her divine technique to form an ice shield before looking around to investigate the enemy. While she acted, Yu Rumeng didn't remain idle either. Her beautiful pupils bloomed like lotus flowers, and she exclaimed in the next moment, "Wu Hua!" In addition to the few of them, there was only Xue Li's figure chasing after them. But under her eye technique, Yu Rumeng could see an almost non-existent shadow sticking close to her. The shadow demon lord, Wu Hua, an almost imperceptible pitch-black shadow, was rapidly approaching Yang Kai, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through several of the ice shields surrounding him. It wasn't that Bei Li Mo wasn't as strong as Wu Hua. It was just that Wu Hua had charged up his attack, while Bei Li Mo had reacted hastily. She didn't even know who the enemy was, so how could she block the Shadow Fiend Lord's attack? With a crash, the ice shields shattered into dust, but the pitch-black didn't lose its momentum and directly struck towards Yang Kai's chest. When a shadow demon attacked, it was a one-hit kill. This was the specialty of this race. Even the most ordinary shadow demon was like this in battle, let alone the flowerless demon saint. Yu Rumeng's expression changed greatly. Although Yang Kai's current strength was not bad, he was still only a high-rank demon king. How could he block Wu Hua's fatal attack? When she raised her hand, her arm instantly became like a snake, soft and boneless as it coiled around the source of the darkness. Demonic yuan wildly surged as she struck out with her palm. He was not affected at all. Yu Rumeng's face turned pale. He watched helplessly as the black dot broke through his defense and stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, another resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. In a flash, it entered his back, and Yang Kai's body was instantly covered by a layer of dragon scales. Under the dragon transformation, Yang Kai's defense greatly increased. But he didn't sit still and wait for death. While urging the dragon transformation secret art, he had already used the nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. However, what kind of character was the flowerless demon saint? This fatal attack was locked on by his aura. Even if Yang Kai escaped into the void, he couldn't avoid it. The attack chased him into the void and hit Yang Kai's chest. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. Yang Kai's figure that had just disappeared reappeared. With a muffled groan, his body shook violently. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his face became even paler than Yu Rumeng's. Only at this moment did Yang Kai's chest show a hint of strangeness. A dagger was inserted into his chest, 3 inches into his flesh, and the dragon scales covering his chest had been cut open. This dagger was almost transparent. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. The same was true for the flowerless holding the dagger. His figure was twisted and fluttering, as if he was cast in clear water. The black dot just now was just the condensation of the flowerless murderous intent. Yu Rumeng instantly went berserk, and in the midst of a sharp howl, a tide of spiritual power turned into a monstrous killing intent that cut towards the flowerless. Bei Li Mo also urged the law of ice, and her slender jade finger pointed towards the body like a stream of water. Her momentum was not as imposing as Yu Rumeng's, and this finger even felt a little casual, but no one would think that the power of this finger was less than the former's divine technique. 2 demons saint teaming up to attack. How could the flowerless demon resist? When the 2 moved, the flowerless demon saint also moved, quickly retreating. Seal! Yang Kai suddenly exhaled, and the law of space surged, imprisoning the area around the flowerless demon saint. But it couldn't stop the escape of a demon saint, and the imprisoned area instantly shattered. Yu Rumeng's soul attack and Bei Li Mo's finger both hit empty air, and Yang Kai's moonblade also did not do anything. There was no trace of the flowerless demon saint around. The shadow demon's attack was a sure kill, and if it missed, it would escape. Yu Rumeng turned her head in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, At that moment, she thought that Yang Kai had died. After all, Yang Kai was only a high-rank demon king. In her panic and anger, the terrifying power of her soul was actually drained by her attack. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was actually not dead? Although Bei Li Mo's ice shield couldn't stop the flowerless demon saint's attack, it more or less offset some of its power. Although Yu Rumeng's first palm strike didn't hit the flowerless demon saint, it still forced the flowerless demon saint to dodge, which offset some of its power. The defense of the dragon scales, the use of the secret art of nothingness, and the contraction of his own flesh and blood at the critical moment. Under these 5 layers of protection, even the flowerless demon saint would fail. The invisible dagger was only half an inch away from cutting through Yang Kai's heart. Although there was no danger to his life, the inexplicable murderous intent that invaded his body and wreaked havoc in his meridians and flesh made Yang Kai feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. This kind of injury was simply a serious one. He had to recuperate properly. The strength of a demon saint was obvious. Although he had interacted with several demon saints for a long time, and was even chased by a group of demon saint after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, and planted a soul brand in Bei Li Mo's mind, this was the first time he personally experienced the strength of a demon saint. Yang Kai's heart jumped. He wasn't even sure if the flowerless demon saint had used his full strength just now. If the flowerless demon saint had used 10% more power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The flowerless demon saint didn't have the time to think. He retreated, but the danger wasn't over yet. The moment he left the devoured continent, he encountered the joint attack of 2 demon saints. It was obvious that the demon territory had sensed something and made preparations. They were only waiting for Yang Kai to walk into the trap. Xue Li's sneak attack was only a pretense. The main point was the flowerless demon saint's attack. If these 2 demon saints had already attacked, then what about the other 6? Bei Li Mo sized up Yang Kai with a trace of pity in her eyes. She seemed to feel that Yang Kai's life was a bit tough. He was actually able to turn the situation around. If Yang Kai was dead, then she would no longer be restrained and would regain her freedom. Although she would suffer a small injury, it was not unacceptable. But since Yang Kai was not dead, then she could only continue to guard the side. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Someone is coming." The person who could make her so nervous was definitely a demon saint. It seemed that there were 3 demon saints ambushing them on this continent. Xue Li and the flowerless demon saint were only 2 of them. She didn't know who the other one was, but he was somewhere else and would need some time to rush over. At this time, the other 5 demon saints who were not on this continent must have received the news. As long as Xue Li could delay them for a while, the 8 demon saints would arrive. Even if they couldn't kill Yu Rumeng and the others who were also demon saints, they could still kill Yang Kai. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Chang Tian's voice rang out. As he spoke, the Dragonfang sword shot out huge sword rays, each of them immeasurably powerful. In front of him, Xue Li was hiding in the Blood Sea. The boundless Blood Sea split to the left and right, chasing after Yang Kai and the others. The sword rays slashed into the Blood Sea, each of them splitting the Blood Sea in half. But after a while, the Blood Sea returned to normal. Yang Kai took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. He said in a low voice, "The flowerless demon saint has locked onto me. I can't break through the void." The flowerless demon saint was nowhere to be seen, but everyone knew that he was hiding nearby. He just didn't show himself. This was why the shadow demon was so difficult to deal with. He was obviously powerful, but he would not fight you face to face. Instead, he would launch sneak attacks in the dark. He was truly despicable and shameless. "I'll do it," Yu Rumeng shouted. She opened her mouth and blew gently. A ball of pink mist was blown out. The pink mist did not disperse even with the wind and followed closely behind. As the pink mist increased, everyone was gradually wrapped in a pink world. They could not see anything else around them. After a while, Yu Rumeng closed her mouth, her tender body on the verge of collapse. Although she had only used the Soul Divine technique to save Yang Kai, it was that attack that had exhausted her. At this time, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. She forced herself to blow out the pink mist, but could not hold on any longer. Her body went soft and fell onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her back into the small sealed world. He placed her in the medicine garden and communicated with the embodiment, asking it and the two wood spirits to help her recover. After the pink mist took shape, the aura that had been locked onto Yang Kai was finally cut off. Wu Hua lost track of Yang Kai. The demon saint each had their own means. None of them were strong or weak. Wu Hua was strong. He knew how to use his aura to lock onto Yang Kai and prevent him from escaping. But Yu Ru Meng was not weak either. She just had to deal with whatever came her way. As soon as the aura was cut off, Yang Kai stretched out his hands, one on Chang Tian's shoulder and the other grabbing Bei Limo's wrist. The next moment, he communicated with the space spirit bead and disappeared. In mid-air, the pink mist tumbled. Xueli urged the boundless blood sea to turn into monstrous waves. The pink mist was constantly being melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. While attacking Xueli sneered, "Huang Lauda and the others will be here soon. Yu Ru Meng, Bei Limo, if you don't want to die, come out quickly." As soon as his voice fell, Wu Hua suddenly appeared beside him. Xueli did not care about attacking the pink mist. He immediately jumped away and stared at Wu Hua vigilantly. "What are you doing?" Wu Hua did not speak, only pointing in a direction. That direction was where Yang Kai had escaped. Chapter 3596. He actually ran away. However, when he thought about how Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, it made sense. Although Yu Ru Meng's attack just now was not very destructive, it should not be a problem to cut off Wu Hua's aura lock. Once the aura was cut off, the boy could naturally shatter the void. However, the boy was naive. Did he think that he could escape by shattering the void? Xueli sneered and immediately released his divine sense. A moment later, he revealed a surprised expression because he could not detect Yang Kai's aura. He could not help but ask with a cold expression, "How far?" "Very far." Wu Hua was a man of few words. He paused and then frowned. "He is no longer on this continent." "Impossible." Xueli was shocked and almost suspected that Wu Hua was fooling him. If one wanted to leave this continent, they had to pass through a realm gate. The closest realm gate was tens of thousands of kilometers away. In other words, that boy could appear tens of thousands of places in an instant. This kind of thing was really too inconceivable. If that brat's spatial divine ability was exquisite to such an extent, who in the world could kill him? However, he had to believe it. Wu Hua was the master of the shadow demon. Once he was targeted, no matter how far away he was, he could feel the other's aura. If he said that the other was no longer on this continent, then he was definitely no longer. Damn this little bastard. Xueli's face was twisted with anger. He did not expect that two demon saint would not be able to stop him. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken him down when he was wandering around a few days ago. At this time, a whirlpool appeared on the ground nearby. A figure slowly emerged from it. As the sand danced, the figure quickly solidified. The master of the sand demon, Yu Qiu. Looking at Xueli, then at Wu Hua, Yu Qiu frowned and said, "Where is he?" "He escaped," Xueli replied. Yu Qiu was a little surprised. Xueli and Wu Hua working together was a headache even for Desolate Infinite. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Have you seen Zhu Qian and Qi Yan?" Xueli shook his head. These two were also demon saint, but they had been missing for more than a month. None of the continents under Red Flame's control remained, while half of Zhu Qi's continents remained. Han Sun did not know what had happened to them. However, we can confirm that Changtian, Yu Ruming, and Bei Limo have already betrayed the devil territory. Xueli gritted his teeth. Yu Qiu's pupils constricted. Changtian had always been at odds with the other demon saint, but Yu Ru Meng and Bei Limo had actually betrayed the demon territory. This was truly surprising. However, it was no wonder that Xueli and Wu Hua had returned empty-handed. It was indeed troublesome to deal with the three of them working together. Will Zhu Qian and Red Flame also? Yuqiu frowned. Who knows? Shueli spread out his hands. There was one thing he didn't understand. What was the reason that made Yu Rumeng and Bei Liemo betray the demon territory? There was no warning before this. Let's chase. Wu Hua suddenly interjected. It was meaningless to talk about this now, but as long as those traitors were captured, everything would be clear. Above the sky, Chang Tian and Bei Liemo rode Yang Kai, one on the left and one on the right, flying all the way. Wu Hua's strike had caused Kai Yang's mind to tremble. His 5 viscera and 6 organs tumbled endlessly, and his meridians and flesh were stinging. The trace of murderous intent that had invaded his body was like 1,000,000 needles, constantly tormenting him. Communicating with the space spirit bead once was his limit. Now, he didn't have the energy to use the space divine technique like before, so he could only rely on Chang Tian and Bei Liemo to fly. Where are we going? Chang Tian asked. There were pursuers behind them. Although they hadn't caught up yet, they were all demon saint. Even if they fled to the ends of the world, they couldn't get rid of them. The passage between the 2 worlds. Yang Kai already had a plan. As soon as Chang Tian spoke, he already had an answer. Chang Tian raised an eyebrow. You want to return to the star boundary? Yang Kai nodded and wanted to explain, but he was already powerless. He could only slowly close his eyes and circulate his secret art to adjust his breathing. He didn't even dare to enter the sealed world bead. If he stayed outside, he could still use the power of the space spirit bead to escape at a critical moment. If he left and Chang Tian and Bei Liemo were surrounded, there would really be no way out. Bei Liemo turned her head to look at Chang Tian, and it just so happened that Chang Tian was also looking at her. A trace of hesitation flashed in both of their eyes. Yang Kai himself came from the star boundary, so returning to the star boundary was naturally not a problem, but the 2 of them, one of them was a member of the dragon race in the demon territory, and the other was a demon saint, so it wasn't appropriate for them to follow Yang Kai to the star boundary. After all, the 2 worlds were like fire and water. They were willing to trust Yang Kai, but that didn't mean they could trust the great emperors in the star boundary. But at this time, other than the passage between the 2 worlds, they seemed to have nowhere to go. Their own territory had been swallowed by the sealed world bead, and they definitely couldn't go to the other demon saints' territories either. Chang Tian and Bei Liemo's speed was not slow at all. There were no devil saints in front of them, and no one could stop them from moving forward. After passing through one world gate after another, about half a month later, the group of 3 suddenly entered an extremely small continent. This place was not so much a continent, but a floating island in the void. Compared with other continents, the area of this continent was too small, with a radius of only a few 100,000 kilometers. Standing high up in the sky, one could see the entire continent at a glance. No continent under the command of a demon saint could be so small. But it was this extremely small continent that was garrisoned with hundreds of millions of demon race. These demon race came from the various demon saint subordinates in the demon territory, gathered here from all directions, ready to enter the star boundary at any time through a dark corridor nearby. This place was a transit point for the demon territory's armies to leave the star boundary. Although this continent was small, there were many world gates, more than a dozen of them. These world gates connected to various continents in the demon territory, allowing the demon race armies to gather here with the highest efficiency. Yang Kai had been to this continent before. It was the place where Yu Rumeng had brought him through the passage between the 2 worlds. When Yang Kai saw this continent that day, he had asked Yu Rumeng some questions. It was from here that he slowly began to understand the demon territory. However, this continent was a little different from when Yang Kai first saw it. The entire continent was fragmented, and what was originally an empty island had now become even more fragmented, as if it had been bombarded by someone using a divine technique. Although Yang Kai was healing his wounds, he had not lost his perception. As soon as he entered this place, he noticed it and opened his eyes. Seeing the scene below, he could not help showing a suspicious look. It's the Iron Blood Great Emperor of your star boundary. Bei Liemo seemed to know what he was suspicious of and immediately explained. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. During the battle of Eternal Heaven, the bright moon had fallen, and the star boundary had a strange phenomenon. All the great emperors had sensed it. Later on, Yang Kai heard from Yu Rumeng that the Iron-Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen had single-handedly slaughtered his way into the passage between the two worlds in a fit of rage and slaughtered countless people of the demon race. Just the half-saint alone had died. The appearance of this continent should be the work of the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. If the Iron-Blood Great Emperor was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely destroy this continent and make it cease to exist. However, when the Great Emperors Can Yi hurriedly returned, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor could only temporarily retreat. It was not that they were afraid of Can Yi, but that destroying this continent was meaningless. If they could not destroy the passage between the two worlds, the star boundary and the demon territory would always be connected. He had killed enough, so he naturally stopped. Then the passage between the two worlds is up ahead. Chang Tian pointed. Yang Kai had also seen the huge pitch-black passage long ago. The demon race had passed through the void and entered the western territory of the star boundary. After that, they had run amok in the star boundary. "Are we going now?" Chang Tian asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and looked to the side. Although he had been recuperating for half a month and had taken a lot of pills, his face was still pale. Being injured by a demon saint was no small matter. If he did not treat it properly, it would definitely leave behind hidden dangers. "You want to seal the realm gate?" Bei Liemo followed his gaze and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "That's a good idea." The demon territory and the star boundary were connected by the passage between the two worlds, and the entrance to the passage in the demon territory was on this continent. As long as the realm gate on this continent was sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off the demon race's reinforcements. After half a month of running away, Bei Liemo had also thought it through. Now that she was completely tied to Yang Kai, how could she not wish for him to do something good? Cutting off the connection between the two worlds, the demon saint would not be able to catch up in a short time. Chang Tian frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking and forced himself to say, "It's just a temporary measure. I need to solve the problem of the small sealed world first before I can devour the demon territory. Senior can rest assured that I will not break my promise when the time comes." Chang Tian had previously mentioned to Yang Kai that he wanted 10 times the territory of the 100 Spirit Continent. Now that he had the territory, the world principles of those territories were not satisfactory, so it was useless. He couldn't let the creatures of the 100 Spirit Continent live in a place where the world principles were not as high as the demon commanders. If Yang Kai gave up now, all his previous investments would be for naught. Hearing what he said, Chang Tian could only nod. The 100 Spirit Continent was gone, so he had no choice but to wholeheartedly support Yang Kai. "We have to be quick. They might catch up soon," Yang Kai urged. Chang Tian and Bei Liemo no longer hesitated and flew to the nearest realm gate with Yang Kai. As soon as the three of them entered the continent, they were discovered by many members of the demon race. After all, there were many demon kings here and even a half-saint. At this time, a half-saint hurriedly flew up from below and chased them to the realm gate. He looked at Bei Liemo, then at Chang Tian with a puzzled look. As a half-saint, it was impossible for him not to know the Snow Demon Master and the Master of the 100 Spirit Continent. He just couldn't figure out how these two got together. And that young man, if he was not mistaken, he should be the one who seized the opportunity of the great emperors in the Eternal Heaven continent. This half-saint also participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven, so he was naturally familiar with Yang Kai. It could be said that there was no half-saint in the demon territory who did not know him. Chapter 3597. Flying forward, the half-saint cupped his fists. "Greetings, Saint Senior Bei Liemo." "Greetings, Master." Although Chang Tian had the power of a demon saint, he was not a demon saint, so the half-saint only called him Master. However, under normal circumstances, the half-saint in the demon territory could not see him. For tens of thousands of years, Chang Tian had not taken a single step out of the 100 Spirit Continent until the Battle of Eternal Heaven. After the greeting, the half-saint showed a suspicious look. "May I ask why Saint Senior is here?" Chang Tian and Bai Liamo looked at each other, but neither of them answered. Chang Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and reached for the half-saint. The other party's face changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged wildly as he quickly retreated. Since he could not retreat, the demonic chi instantly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the sage-to-be was grabbed by Chang Tian by the neck and lifted in front of him. It was as easy as pinching a chick. "What is the meaning of this, master?" The half-saint was shocked and angry, his eyes wide open. He did not know what happened in the demon territory, so he did not expect Chang Tian to attack him. Although the 100-spirit continent had always been inferior to the rest of the demon territory, and Chang Tian was not liked by the other demon saint, they could at least maintain a minimum of peace. Chang Tian was attacking here. Was he going to start a war with the other demon saint? What was the meaning of this? Saint Senior Bai Liamo. Chang Tian did not pay attention to him, so he just sealed his cultivation and handed him over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and put the half-saint into the small sealed world. Anyway, there were many half-saint in the small sealed world now. Some time ago, he had also captured a few half-saint subordinates of Qiyan and Zuko, so it did not matter whether he was captured or not. There were two other figures approaching from below. They were the other two half-saint who were overseeing this place and coordinating the army. Seeing this scene from afar, all of them turned pale with fright. Their flying figures immediately stopped, and then they flew back without looking back, drilling into the army to hide their figures. He did not know what had happened over there, but there was no mistaking the fact that one of his comrades had been captured by Longevity Sky and then suddenly disappeared. If he went over there now, he would be courting death. Quietly looking over, he saw that Yang Kai had already stretched out a hand. His 5 fingers spread out, and was about to cover the realm gate. Ripples visible to the naked eye swept past, and the realm gate became more and more blurry and transparent. At his peak condition, Yang Kai only needed a single breath to seal the world gate. But now that he was heavily injured, he had no choice but to expend some energy. The space laws fluctuated and the world gate slowly disappeared. It took a full half a cup of tea's time before the realm gate completely disappeared. Without stopping to rest, he went to the next realm gate. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the second realm gate was sealed. Yang Kai's already pale face became even paler, and the injuries he had recovered from over the past half a month had worsened. However, he had no choice but to continue. There were over a dozen realm gates here, and as long as a single one remained unsealed, all of his efforts would be for naught. Fortunately, he had bought himself quite a bit of time when he was fleeing, which should be enough for him to seal all of the realm gates before the demon saint arrived. One realm gate after another disappeared. Around 2 hours later, over 10 of the 13 realm gates had disappeared. The demon race army below all looked up in shock. After all, apart from a few demon kings and half-saints, the lower-level demon race had never thought that someone would be able to make a realm gate disappear one day. However, at that moment, Longevity Sky and Bai Liamo suddenly turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. That direction was the void where the passage between the two realms was located. Yang Kai sensed something, and he didn't need to ask to know what was going on. The location of the passage between the two realms was very important, and the demon race had always been guarded by the great emperor's night shadow. With such a huge change happening here, how could the two half-saint who had just escaped not inform Kenyi? After receiving the news, Kenyi immediately rushed over. When Bai Liamo and Longevity Sky's gazes landed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the huge passageway. It was wrapped in a cloud of black gas, and they couldn't see the face clearly. Even the figure couldn't be seen, let alone whether it was a man or a woman. Night Shadow Great Emperors, Kenyi was the most mysterious of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm. The other great emperors didn't even know whether this person was a man or a woman. In the past, everyone thought that Night Shadow's personality was due to his cultivation technique. After all, most people who were proficient in the path of assassination were like this, blending into the crowd and hiding their tracks. Later on, they found out that this guy had the bloodline of the demon race, so he didn't interact with the other great emperors, afraid that he would accidentally reveal some flaws. After so many years of habit, Night Shadow was still wrapped in black gas when he appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, no matter if it was Longevity Sky or Bailey Mo, they could clearly feel the sharp gaze from the black figure. Longevity Sky grinned at the great Emperor's night shadow and didn't say anything. Kenyi probably didn't know about what happened in the demon race's territory, or else he would have taken precautions. However, Yang Kai and the other two's attitudes and actions were extremely obvious, so how could he not know whether these three were enemies or not? Seeing Yang Kai seal the 11th realm gate, Kenyi remained indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but that he couldn't. Facing Bailey Mo alone, what chance did he have of winning? What's more, Yang Kai waved his hand and released Yu Ru Meng. Previously, Yu Ru Meng had exhausted her divine sense and was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After half a month of recuperation, although she had not fully recovered, she was still in a much better condition than Yang Kai. 3 against 1, Kenyi wasn't stupid, so he naturally wouldn't ask for humiliation. The 12th realm gate, the 13th realm gate, and even when all the realm gates disappeared, Kenyi didn't make any moves. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Finally, all the realm gates were sealed before the demon saint caught up. With this, the biggest problem was eliminated. As soon as his mind relaxed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Yu Ru Meng's arms. A light voice entered Yu Ru Meng's ears. Return to the star boundary. Using the last bit of her consciousness, she flashed into the small sealed world and fell into the medicine garden. She didn't know this, but it was because she had exhausted too much of her divine sense, and because of the worsening of her previous injuries. Yu Ru Meng held the sealed world bead and carefully put it away. She turned to look at the passage between the two realms, but Kenyi had already disappeared. He ran fast. Chang Tian coldly snorted. Just now, when the last realm gate was sealed, Kenyi's figure slowly disappeared. He must have known that if he didn't leave now, he would definitely be besieged. How could he do such a stupid thing? Bailey Mo looked at Yu Ru Meng, then looked at Chang Tian and said, "What do we do now? Are we really going to the star boundary?" She was still a little worried. The star boundary wasn't like the demon territory. Who knew what would happen if they went there? Chang Tian was silent, but Yu Ru Meng said firmly, "I don't care about you guys. If my husband wants me to go to the star boundary, then I will go to the star boundary." After he finished speaking, he actually took the lead and charged towards the void corridor. Husband. The corner of Bailey Mo's eyes twitched as she stared at Yu Ru Meng's back. She couldn't figure out how a dignified demon saint could say those two words. Was that little thief really that good? Not only did he make a demon saint lose her virginity, he even made her heart fall for him? Let's go. Chang Tian sighed. There was no place for them in the demon territory. Now, other than placing their hopes on Yang Kai, he and Bailey Mo had no other choice. The three of them quickly gathered again and rushed into the incomparably huge void corridor, moving forward. However, even in this void corridor, the three of them were in a triangle formation, guarding against Kenyi. Although Kenyi retreated just now, who knew if he would be lying in ambush here? That guy had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was also the great emperors of the Star Boundary. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person to deal with. Fortunately, when the three of them saw the light in front of them, Kenyi didn't show any signs of life. The light grew brighter and brighter, and they were getting closer and closer to the exit. Not long after, the three of them rushed out of the void corridor and arrived at the desert of the Western Territory. The demon race's camp was all around them, and there were many powerful auras. Although there was no demon saint, there were many half-saint. Sensing the three's auras, a dozen figures immediately rushed into the sky from the camp. However, when these dozen or so half-saint arrived, they found that there was no one there. They couldn't help but look at each other. In the small sealed world, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai was lying on the ground, with Mu Zhu and Mu Lu on his head and feet respectively. They were both forming hand seals, and a green light enveloped Yang Kai. This scene was very familiar. The last time Yang Kai fought with Yin Si, it was like this. Less than 2 years later, he came here again to heal his wounds. Mu Zhu's face was cold and stern, and she was full of anger. No one would be happy to meet a guy who didn't take his life seriously. Even though the embodiment had already explained to them that this time, Yang Kai was injured by the Lord of the Shadow Demon, Mu Zhu was still very angry. When Mu Zhu was angry, the docile Mu Lu could only follow suit. Of course, the embodiment had to put in a good word for the main body. He served the two little wood spirits like a grand aunt, and finally, the ice on the two wood spirits' faces melted. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he had already woken up. Although he was injured by the demon saint this time, it wasn't as serious as last time. In the last battle with Insi, he really went all out. However, waking up was one thing and he still had to heal his wounds. With the help of the wood spirits, he was almost healed. Slowly sitting up, he looked at Mu Zhu floating in front of him and smiled. Before he could thank her, Mu Zhu snorted and turned her little face to the side. She was ignoring him. However, her hands didn't stop moving, and the green aura still enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai sniffed and turned to look at Mu Lu. Mu Lu hesitated for a little while, but when she saw her sister looking at her coldly, she also snorted and turned her head to the side. Yang Kai blinked, a blank look on his face. He communicated with the embodiment and asked a few questions, and soon understood what was going on. Clenching his hand into a hollow, Yang Kai coughed and said, "I have good news. Do you want to hear it?" Mu Lu immediately turned her head and stared at him with wide eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. "We've returned to the star boundary." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed. "Really? Really? We've returned to the star boundary?" Mu Zhu couldn't be angry anymore and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Have we really returned?" Although they had been staying in the small sealed world, Yang Kai was in the demon territory, which was equivalent to them being in the demon territory. Suddenly hearing that they had returned to the star boundary, they naturally couldn't ignore it. Chapter 3598. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned to the star boundary, Mu Zhu's expression relaxed a little while Mu Lu cheered with joy. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and patted Mu Lu's head. "You've worked hard." Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes, showing a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu sighed as she watched from the side. "Although you are the master, we sisters are much older than you. Don't treat us like children. What are you doing?" Yang Kai rubbed her head with his other hand. "You've also worked hard." Mu Zhu suddenly fell silent. After meditating for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. When his figure flashed out, 6 pairs of eyes looked at him. Naturally, they were Yu Ru Meng, Bei Li, Mo Chang Tian, and the others. Seeing him appear, Yu Ru Meng hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Yu Ru Meng was still worried and directly grabbed his hand, using her demonic chi to carefully examine him. After confirming that there were no major problems, she was relieved. Bei Li Mo sneered, "You're lucky this time. Next time you may not be so lucky. Be careful." Yang Kai nodded lightly, took a deep breath, and was in a good mood. He had finally returned to the star boundary. Since the last time he betrayed the star boundary and followed Yu Ruming to the demon area, almost 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The war between the two realms had also lasted for 5 years, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, from the looks of it, this long-lasting war had only just begun. In any case, returning to the star boundary put Yang Kai in a good mood. Although he had become the demon race, he was still a human at the root. How could he like a place like the demon territory? The star boundary was his final home. Here were his relatives, friends, family, sect, and all kinds of ties. Even the barrier of the great world could not separate them. The place where Chang Tian and the others landed was a rugged land surrounded by withered yellow rocks. There was not a trace of green in sight. They could even see some traces left behind by a fierce battle, but these traces had been there for some time. It was likely that a great battle had been fought here, and the scale was not small. The dry wind swept up the sand and dust, obscuring their vision. The scorching sun was right above their heads, making it hot and stuffy. This place should still be somewhere in the Western Territory. Could even be said that it was not too far away from the demon race's camp. After Longevity Sky and the others came to the star boundary, they did not go too deep. After leaving the demon race's camp, they came here to stay. What do you plan to do next? Longevity Sky asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, let's solve the problem of the small sealed world first, then gather the strength of the star boundary and slowly encroach on the demon race's territory. Chang Tian declined to comment. However, I still need your help in this matter. Only then did Chang Tian speak. Since it has come to this, we have no other choice, so we'll naturally lend you a hand. Yang Kai said gratefully, thank you very much. Please come with me to meet the great emperors. When everyone is together, we can carefully discuss the rules. Chang Tian smiled and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, why? We belong to the demon race after all. Now that the two worlds are at odds with each other, if we hastily follow you to meet the great emperors, no one can say what will happen. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to speak, Chang Tian raised his hand and interrupted. This king believes you, but that doesn't mean that this king believes the great emperors. You might as well ask Saint Liemo and Saint Ru Meng about this. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bei Liemo nodding seriously. Although Yu Ru Meng did not say anything, her expression was very obvious. Ming Yu was trapped in eternal heaven and ended up dead. We don't want to follow in Ming Yu's footsteps. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. It was normal for Chang Tian and the others to have such concerns. He hadn't thought about this problem before and just felt that there wasn't much problem with his plan. Now that Chang Tian mentioned it, he immediately understood that he had been taking things for granted. What if the great emperors saw the three of them and fought? What if the situation was different from what he thought? Although the great emperors were reasonable and considerate people, Ming Yu's hatred was too great. Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo had participated in the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Although they did not directly cause any harm to Ming Yu, they had participated in the 12 Great Devil Formation. Ming Yu's death was more or less related to them. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved, Senior? Yang Kai asked. Chang Tian said, while you were recuperating, we discussed in detail. We have a plan. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Please speak, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Your plan remains unchanged. Do what you want. Chang Tian stretched out his hand and drew Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liemo into his circle. The three of us will stay here. Not only the three of us, but some of the demon race in your small sealed world will also have to stay here. What is the standard? Demon King and above. Chang Tian replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The small sealed world had swallowed more than 100 continents in the demon territory in the past half a year. The demon race on these continents numbered in the hundreds of millions, but if only the Demon King and above were counted, it would probably only be a few thousand. But this was still an extremely terrifying number. The Demon King was comparable to a master in the Emperor realm. A few thousand Demon Kings was a terrifying force, not to mention that there were many half-saint among them. Senior, what do you want these demon race for? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chang Tian pondered for a moment and smiled. I'll tell you the truth. Although the three of us are strong and are not afraid of the great emperors, there are only three of us. Now that the demon territory has been cut off, if something happens on your side, we have to leave some people behind. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai realized that Chang Tian wanted the demon race to guard against the star boundary. This is only one of the reasons. Chang Tian continued. Secondly, he pointed in a certain direction. The demon race's camp is over there. As a fellow demon race, we don't intend to kill them all. We can try to subdue them, but this kind of thing can't be done by the three of us. The Demon King and half-saint in the small sealed world are the best candidates for this. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chapter 3599. Yang Kai laughed and said, I know, I will be careful. Yu Rumeng carefully warned him for a while, like a young woman staying at home and warning her husband about to go to war. She no longer had the dignity of a demon saint, only endless reluctance and worry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, remembering every word she said in his heart. "You're so long-winded, aren't you?" Bai Liamo had been standing not far away, looking up at the sky full of stars, but at this time, she finally couldn't help but turn around and stab Yu Rumeng. "Since you're so reluctant, you can go with him." Yu Rumeng glared at her. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Of course Yu Rumeng wanted to go with Yang Kai, but she couldn't. Chang Tian and Bai Liamo were worried about the great emperors, but how could Yu Rumeng be at ease with them? Now that Yang Kai had left, if Yu Rumeng also left, it was hard to say whether these two, who had obtained thousands of demon kings and dozens of half-saints, would have other thoughts. Yu Rumeng staying behind could at least act as a distraction to ensure that Chang Tian and Bai Liamo didn't have any ulterior motives, especially Bai Liamo, who still had the soul brand Yang Kai had planted in her mind. If she didn't keep an eye on it, who knew if she would try to break it? She didn't tell Yang Kai about this, because some things didn't need to be said so clearly. However, Bai Liamo didn't need to be impatient. After reminding her for so long and saying what she needed to say, Yu Rumeng finally sighed and clapped her hands. Two figures quickly approached from the side, and when they got closer, Yang Kai found that these two were old acquaintances. Baizhua, Baiye. One was a half-saint under Yu Rumeng, and the other was a half-saint under Bai Liamo. Both of them had interacted with Yang Kai many times. Among them, Baizhua was originally in the two-realm battlefield. However, when Yang Kai was preparing to devour the continents under Yu Rumeng, Baizhua received orders and returned from the two-realm battlefield. When the two sides met, Yang Kai nodded at them and then looked at Yu Rumeng suspiciously. Yu Rumeng said, "When you go out, I'll feel more at ease if you bring the two of them with you." "There's no need for that." Yang Kai laughed. "I have Windchaser and my Dharmakaya." "That's different." Yu Rumeng shook her head. "I have stayed in the star boundary before and know that it is not peaceful here. If something happens, they can help. With two half-saint level helpers, unless the great emperors personally took action, who could do anything to Yang Kai?" Bai Liamo also said, "If you don't want to bring the two of them, then don't leave. You are the key to us. If something really happens to you, what should we do?" Their path of retreat was cut off. All of their hopes were placed on Yang Kai. No matter what, they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Since the two demon saint had said so, it was likely that Chang Tian also had the same intention. Yang Kai could not refuse even if he wanted to, so he could only nod helplessly and say, "All right, then bring them along." Yu Rumeng turned her head, her charming face stern. "The two of you follow my husband at all times. No matter what, you must ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, the two of you will bring your heads to me." Baizhua and Baiye cupped their hands together and said solemnly, "Two saint sages, rest assured, we will protect Lord Yang with our lives. Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his hands at them. "We don't dare." Baizhua and Baiye hurriedly returned the gesture. Chapter 3600. That day on the Cloud Shadow continent. The reason she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai was because she had seen the great emperors Mingyu die at Yang Kai's hands with her own eyes. She was filled with the desire to avenge the great emperors. Otherwise, why would she have attacked Yang Kai? Although she had more or less guessed that whether Yang Kai was present or not, Mingyu would have died that day. Perhaps Mingyu took the initiative to commit suicide in order to protect the great emperor's opportunity. In the end, Mingyu was killed by Yang Kai. Every time she saw Yang Kai, she would remember the scene of Mingyu's death. That was why she had left the city guard palace and came here to escape after the Cloud Shadow continent was devoured. She thought that she would never have to see Yang Kai again, that she would no longer have to make things difficult for him. But she didn't know that her every move was under Yang Kai's surveillance. If she could return to the Star Realm and return to her master's side, There was no way she would hide what she had seen that day. She would definitely report it in detail. And how great was the crime of killing a great emperor's. Li Shiqing didn't know how the Star Realm would deal with the man in front of her if they learned of this. Since the War of Emperors tens of thousands of years ago, no great emperors had fallen. Mingyu was the first one in tens of thousands of years, and the only great emperors to die at the hands of the Emperor realm since time immemorial. When I see Master Huarong, I will let you out and let you reunite with your master and disciple, Yang Kai said as if he hadn't heard her words. Li Shiqing gritted her teeth and said, "When I see Master, I will definitely report everything that happened that day." Yang Kai nodded. He had never thought of hiding the battle of eternal heaven. Even if Li Shiqing didn't tell him, he would have reported everything to the great emperors himself. His figure gradually blurred, and he suddenly said, "Oh right, be careful of that Mo Sheng. I feel that there's something wrong with him." He wasn't trying to frighten them, nor was he trying to give them advice. It was just a feeling. Logically speaking, in this small sealed world, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could even pry into Mo Sheng's thoughts. From what he had seen and heard before, coupled with Bo Ya's report, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with Mo Sheng's origins. However, Yang Kai had this feeling, an inexplicable feeling. Since he had this feeling, he naturally had to remind Li Shiqing. It didn't matter if she was wrong. It would just make her more vigilant. Li Shiqing was stunned. Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Yang Kai's figure gradually became transparent and then disappeared. Staring at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared, Li Shiqing secretly gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. The crescent moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. Beneath the star field, Yang Kai's figure was like a rainbow. Yang Kai had stayed in the star boundary for many years, climbing from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. He had made many friends here and had even established the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, bringing his family and friends here. Could be said that the star boundary was now his home. But there had never been a time when he felt as comfortable as today. Since leaving the small sealed world, Yang Kai had felt that returning to the star boundary was like returning to his mother's embrace. The scenery, the surrounding air, the star boundary's world principles, everything seemed incomparably familiar. It wasn't the kind of familiarity one would feel when a wanderer returned home. Perhaps this was part of the reason, but the bigger reason was the opportunity of the great emperors. He now had the star boundary's world recognition. The whole world had opened its arms to him, and the star boundary was embracing him. Like a tiger returning to the mountain forest, like a dragon returning to the sea. This kind of comfort made Yang Kai feel inexplicably happy. He couldn't help but hum a little tune as he flew through the sky. Not only was he comfortable, but when Yang Kai meditated to recover, he also noticed something different. When he circulated his secret art, the world energy in the world poured into his body like swallows returning to their nest. The efficiency of his cultivation was more than 10 times higher than before. The world recognition had increased the speed at which he absorbed the world energy by more than one level. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the opportunities of the great emperors were. Perhaps there were more benefits that had yet to be discovered. Now that he had returned to the star boundary, he could have used the space spirit bead to directly teleport to the side of someone close to him. The reason why he flew all the way back was to experience this feeling and check out the situation in the star boundary. However, when he remembered that the price of these benefits was the fall of one of the great emperors at his hands, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but become a little gloomy. In the end, he had failed to bring back the great emperor's bright moon from the demon territory. Recalling Lan Sun's pleading and eager eyes when he left the star boundary, Yang Kai felt somewhat powerless. Now that he had returned, how could he face her? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly paused and tilted his head to listen. He could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and intense energy fluctuations, so he immediately understood that there should be a fierce battle between the demon race and the human race. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. 500 kilometers away, in a wasteland, 1,000 people were engaged in a fierce battle. 30% human race, 70% demon race. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the battlefield, the light of artifacts and secret techniques rose and fell one after another, illuminating the world. Demonic chi surged, and demon chi rolled. The demon race were fearless. All the human race had been surrounded. The demon race had a great advantage in terms of numbers, and there were 2 demon kings among them, so naturally everything was under their control. On the human race's side, there was only one injured member of the Emperor realm. Although they were doing their best to defend, their defensive circle was still shrinking bit by bit. All the human race members wore determined expressions. Not a trace of fear could be seen on their faces. This was because everyone knew that if they fell into the hands of the demon race, they would definitely suffer. Since they were surrounded, they could only fight to the death. If the enemy didn't die, then they would die. The ground was littered with corpses. There were both human race members and demon race members, but relatively speaking, the human race's casualties were undoubtedly several times higher. The blood that flowed out from their bodies had thickened the earth. Many of the human race members came from different sects. After several years of fierce battles, each of them had gained a fierce killing intent. They all formed into formations, back to back, and stubbornly resisted. The demon race continued to circle outside the encirclement. The several hundred demon race members seemed to have turned into a millstone, and the human race members in the middle were the soybeans under the millstone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause their human race companions to be ground into fine powder. The number of casualties increased, and the Emperor Realm's only demon race member had more wounds on his body. Blood dripped everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. As he shouted, his movements were disorderly. On the other hand, the 2 demon kings of the demon race were calm and composed. Not only did they not join the battle, they instead floated high up in the sky, appreciating the stubborn resistance of the human race. One of the sand demon's lustful gaze swept across the beautiful women in the field, licking his lips from time to time. In particular, he paid special attention to a woman who was comparable to a high-rank demon commander. That woman was mature and voluptuous, just the type he liked. Over the years of invading the star boundary, the demon race had captured many human race captives, and some of the lecherous men on the demon race's side had tasted human race beauties. This demon king was one of them. His greatest pleasure was to collect human race beauties of all kinds for his own enjoyment. This was a completely different kind of restraint from the demon race women's passion. Every time he saw those women screaming and struggling under his body, but they were unable to resist, this demon king would feel a heartfelt excitement. Of course, the human women he had played with generally didn't have a good ending. Their corpses were basically incomplete. When he was having sex, what he liked to do the most was to bite off pieces of fresh and tender flesh and chew them into his stomach. That kind of taste was something that he would never forget after tasting it once. He stared at the mature beauty who was sweating profusely and wielding her sword in the field, his demon blood boiling and his crotch bulging. The demon king next to him obviously knew what kind of character his colleague was and turned his head to look at him. Following his gaze, he stared at the mature beauty and coldly snorted, "Ice Heart Valley's slut." Sand Demon was startled when he heard this. "She's from Ice Heart Valley?" Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory and had contributed greatly in the War of the Two Worlds. They had been active in many large-scale battles and had even suffered losses at the hands of many members of the demon race. As such, some of the Demon King knew about Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't just Ice Heart Valley, but also the strength of the top and first-class sects of the Star Boundary. After all, after fighting for several years, it was impossible for them not to know the origins of their enemies. They're using ice attribute chi and they're all women. Coupled with the clothes they're wearing, there's no doubt they're from Ice Heart Valley. The Demon King replied, apparently quite familiar with the great forces in the Star Boundary. The Sand Devil was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he laughed out loud. His mood seemed to have become even better. It was a long while later before he stopped laughing. He slowly nodded and extended his hand to touch his face. Very good, very good. There was a hideous scar on his face, as if a giant centipede was crawling on it. There had always been traitors on the human race's side, so when did the demon race have a traitor? Moreover, it was a high-rank demon king. Yang Kai grinned at him and slashed down with the myriad sword, directly killing him without leaving behind a corpse. Following the same pattern, the other demon king who was struggling at death's door was also unable to escape, quickly following in the footsteps of the sand demon. After dealing with the two demon kings, Yang Kai turned around and smiled to the hundreds of people behind him. "Are you all right?" There were no tears of gratitude or cheers as he had expected. On the contrary, these hundreds of people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. The leader of the group, the Emperor Realm, wore a look of vigilance, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi as the sword intent on the artifact in his hand pulsed, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Yang Kai turn around, the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm even gulped nervously before shouting, "Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his gaze away from the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm to a mature beauty beside him. Fan Xian? After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could not recognize her, but he was sure that he remembered correctly. She was Fan Xian. Back when Bing Yun was trapped in the solitary void ocean for 3,000 years and established Iceheart Pavilion, Fan Xian was a deacon recruited by Bing Yun in the solitary void ocean. Later, after escaping from the solitary void ocean, Fan Xian and Lu Xianyun were accepted by Bing Yun into Iceheart Valley. At that time, Fan Xian was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and now she was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her realm had not changed, her source chi was undoubtedly much more vigorous. Yang Kai's vision was not bad now and could see that she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor Realm required secluded meditation. Now that the war of the two realms was in full swing, how could she have the time to do so? This time, if it were not for Yang Kai descending from the heavens, her fate would have been dire. Hearing Yang Kai call out her name, Fan Xian could not help but be startled. If he recognized her, then he was definitely someone who knew her. Moreover, Yang Kai's figure gave her a familiar feeling, and his voice was also very familiar. A name immediately popped into her mind, but she still could not believe it and asked tentatively, "You are?" Only then did Yang Kai remember that his demonic chi was covering his body, so his face was a little blurred. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to see his true appearance. So he quickly dispersed his demonic chi and revealed his true face, smiling, "It's me, Brother Yang." Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed. A few of the dozen or so people around her also exclaimed softly, obviously recognizing Yang Kai. There was no way they wouldn't recognize him. Han Zhengqing nodded lightly. "We still have military affairs to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay. We will take our leave now." Saying so, he turned to leave with the several hundred human race members. It was a fact that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary, and the High Heaven Palace had sealed off their mountains because of him. Even though he was indebted to Yang Kai for saving his life, Han Zhengqing didn't want to have too much to do with him. At most, when they met on the battlefield in the future, he would find an opportunity to return the favor. Fan Xian saw this and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Han Zhengqing glared at her and she shut her mouth before she could say anything. She could only look apologetically at Yang Kai. If it were any other time, she could have defended Yang Kai. But on the battlefield, they had to follow military orders, and Han Zhengqing was the leader of this group of human race members. No one could disobey his orders, or they would be punished according to military law. Yang Kai smiled. "If Mountain Master Han wants to go that way, I'm afraid you won't be able to." After taking a few steps, Han Zhengqing stopped and looked back. "What is it? Does Palace Master Yang have any other orders? If you do, please speak frankly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the star boundary or harm our star boundary compatriots, this Han is willing to go through water and tread on fire." A life-saving grace was a life-saving grace, and a righteous cause was a righteous cause. Although Han Zhengqing's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, he could clearly distinguish between the two. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Han Zhengqing, and before the battle, he had to carefully greet Han Zhengqing. In terms of status in the army, he was also inferior to Han Zhengqing, so since the other party did not want to talk about it, he naturally did not ask. But that person should be one of our own, right? When he turned his head, he saw Fan Yue walk up to the young man and give him some water to drink before smiling apologetically and saying something, to which the young man simply waved his hand. Facing this situation, Han Zhengqing only frowned slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Han Zhengqing suddenly raised his brow and shouted, "Someone's coming!" Lu Yue was startled. "Not so fast." Master sent a message saying that it would take another half an hour before he would arrive. "It's not one of your people." Han Zhengqing stood up and blew lightly. The several hundred people who were meditating immediately stood up and gathered around Han Zhengqing. 20 breaths later, the previous army formation was formed again, filling the air with a thick, murderous aura. After an incense stick worth of time, several dozen people appeared in front of Han Zhengqing, some of them missing arms and legs. These people were not from the demon race, but from the human race, just like Han Zhengqing, Lu Yue, and the others. They were all stragglers scattered nearby. Although 90% of them were wizard apprentices and there were very few great wizards, it was better than nothing. Relying on the witchcraft from ancient times, relying on the life chain and bloodthirst, these two weapons of war, the astral boundary was always able to contend against the demon race despite being outnumbered. Knowing this, Yang Kai was very gratified. Having seen the vast territory of the demon territory and the large population of the demon race, Yang Kai knew how cruel this war was. Now that the star boundary was not without resistance, he was naturally gratified. While the two were talking, Lu Yue's team came to meet up. Just as Lu Yue said, there were less than 300 people left in the team, but there was one from the Emperor realm among them. As a result, the number of people here suddenly increased to nearly 1,000, and their strength increased greatly. What made Han Zhengqing even happier was that there was a wizard and a few wizards in the team. If they added in the original wizard in the team, they could join forces to use the secret technique life chain at a critical moment. Since they had already met up, they naturally had to set off quickly to avoid any unexpected problems. The military had always been swift and decisive. After organizing the team of nearly 1,000 people immediately set off. Yang Kai was still following behind the team, and Fan Xian was walking with him, looking a bit unconventional. The newcomers also noticed this, and after asking Han Zhengqing why, they all sucked in a cold breath. No one would have thought that the High Heaven Palace master, who had become the demon race's traitor a few years ago, would actually come back and save Han Zhengqing and the others from the demon race's encirclement. Furthermore, he even sent a message to them to meet up with him. If it were any other time, these people would naturally come over to thank Yang Kai, but they didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so they naturally didn't dare to approach him. They only nodded at him from afar. "Right, where are you going? Why are there so many stragglers along the way?" Yang Kai asked as he walked. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and replied, "We've been separated. A month ago, our Bingchen army had a great battle with a demon race legion. After fighting for more than 10 days, we were accidentally separated from the main army and ended up wandering outside. I think the same is true for the others." Bingchen army? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he heard Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue introduce themselves, he was a bit curious. Now, he naturally had to ask more carefully, "Has a legion been established in the astral boundary?" Yes, it was 4 years ago. The demon race legion has a clear structure, strict hierarchy, and extremely good at fighting. Our astral boundary naturally can't be a sheet of loose sand. 4 years ago, under the leadership of the great emperors, we imitated the demon race legion and established a legion, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Little by little, we expanded. Today, we have 54 legions. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had previously borrowed 500,000 proud snow ice guards from Beili Mo and had been with them for a year, so he was naturally familiar with their structure. Who can be the Legion commander? Fan Xian replied, a false emperor, or a sect master of a top sect. Then who is the Legion commander of the Bingtian army? Do I know her? Fan Xian smiled and said, it's honored master. Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected the Legion commander of the Bingtian army to be Bing Yun. However, with Bing Yun's third-order emperor realm cultivation, it seemed a bit difficult for her to be the Legion commander. Chapter 3604. Are all Ice Heart Valley's disciples in the Bingtian army now? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Fan Xian nodded before suddenly smiling and whispering, Senior Sister Ji Yao is now the third town chief of the Bingtian army. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That's good. That's good. Fan Xian continued. Senior Sister Ji Yao is now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. Ji Yao's situation was similar to Bing Yun's. After Bing Yun disappeared for no reason, Ji Yao went out to look for her, but after breaking into the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was attacked by the aura of the Great Desolate Aura, causing her to become delirious. She stayed in the ancient wildlands for countless years, the flowing time Great Emperor. If Yang Kai hadn't found her by chance and brought her out, she would still be in chaos. In the ancient wildlands, her mind was in chaos and she didn't know how to cultivate, causing her cultivation to stagnate. However, the aura of the Great Desolate Aura was constantly tempering her foundation. After escaping from the ancient wildlands and regaining her consciousness, her spirit and body had been sublimated. After many bloody battles, she naturally made breakthroughs. Bing Yun and Ji Yao weren't the only ones who made progress in their cultivation. Fighting on the battlefield was the best way to temper one's mind and stimulate one's potential, allowing one to break through the barrier between life and death. The War of Two Realms had caused countless casualties in the Star Boundaries cultivator. But under the Great Waves, those with good aptitude and luck had all benefited. Not only did the martial Tao of this great world not wither away, but it also flourished. When had Yang Kai's cultivation ever been achieved through hard meditation? Since he started cultivating, how many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he managed to turn misfortune into blessings? Every time he struggled on the edge of life and death, he was baptized and reborn. If he had really focused on cultivating behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. How is the army in the Star Boundary organized? Tell me about it. Since he was in a hurry and had nothing to do, Yang Kai naturally wanted to learn more about the situation in the Star Boundary. Fan Xian told him everything she knew. Others did not dare to confide in Yang Kai because he had become the demon race's traitor. But how could Ice Heart Valley's disciples be on guard against him? Back then, when Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, if not for Yang Kai's efforts to turn the tide, Ice Heart Valley would have long since disappeared. The legions in the astral plane were built to imitate those in the demon territory, so their organizational structure was naturally similar. Each of the 54 legions had at least 1 million soldiers. The largest legion had 5 million soldiers, which was almost 5 times the size of an ordinary legion. Under the legion commander was a town with 100,000 people, led by a third-order Emperor Realm or second-order Emperor Realm commander. Under the commander were the guards, each of which had 10,000 people. Under the guards were the squadrons. Basically, those who could become the left guard were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Han Zhengqing was one of them. The squad in front of him was the third guard of the 9th town of the Bingtian army, and Han Zhengqing was the left guard captain of the third guard, a first-order Emperor Realm master. Fan Xian's cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source Realm, so she was the left guard captain, which was equivalent to Han Zhengqing's deputy. Her status in the Bingtian army was equal to Lu Yuwei. As for the squadrons, they were all at the Dao Source Realm. What about Senior Li Wu Yi? Yang Kai suddenly thought of someone. This was the core of the entire astral boundary. If it was really attacked and caused losses, the entire astral boundary would be blind and deaf. Beast guards? Yang Kai raised his brow. Just now, when Fan Xian mentioned the candidates for the various corps commanders, he knew that the three from the ancient wildlands, when Zishan, Ma Qing, and even Li Jiao had all become corps commanders. When he heard about the beast guards, he couldn't help but be surprised. They are people from Spirit Beast Island. All of them are second-order Emperor Realm Masters or above. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or so. They are mainly responsible for rescuing people. For example, in our current situation, Master Li Wu-Yi will usually send a beast guard to join us and then lead us back to the encirclement. Yang Kai understood and nodded lightly. With the space spirit bead, it was indeed easy for the beast guards to arrive here. A second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master would be of great help to this team. With such a master leading them, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would greatly increase. Yang Kai had been in the astral boundary for a long time, and he had traveled extensively, so he had seen many things. But now, it seemed that the astral boundary he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. This was the astral boundary's bearing, the foundation of a great world. It was not difficult to imagine that many of the masters in the Emperor realm were strange people, hidden experts. As the smoke of war engulfed the astral boundary, these hidden experts came out of their seclusion and joined the astral boundary's army, gathering sand to form a tower, converging into the sea. What is the demonic path? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. As soon as this question came out, Fan Xian's face sank slightly, revealing a look of disdain. A bunch of trash and scum. Previously, when Yang Kai appeared in front of Han Zhengqing and the others, Han Zhengqing had looked at Yang Kai and called out the three words, demonic path. At that time, Yang Kai did not ask about it in detail. After all, at that time, his identity was a problem, so it was pointless to ask. Now that he thought about it, he naturally wanted to find out more. However, although he did not know what the demonic path was, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the demon race. Now that he saw Fan Xian's reaction, he knew that his guess was right. Fan Xian's personality was not bad, and she was even a woman, but when Yang Kai asked about the demonic path, she did not even hesitate to call them scum and trash. It was clear that the demonic path was an existence that people hated to the core. The demonic path was a group of people that had only appeared in the astral boundary in recent years, and they were also a group of forces. They originated from the Assassin Hall in the Western Territory. Before the outbreak of the war between the two worlds, the Assassin Hall had already been secretly preparing for the demon race's invasion, and they had even recruited many people. These people were hiding all over the astral boundary, and many of them were even fake emperors. When Yao Lin, Li Shiqing, and the others were captured, it was the demonic path's doing. However, at that time, the demonic path was not yet called the demonic path. When the war between the two worlds broke out, the demon race's territory advanced triumphantly. In just 3 short years, the entire Western Territory had fallen, and the astral boundary had lost a large portion of its territory. Countless lives had been lost, and the Western Territory had practically become a paradise for the demon race. At that time, the various armies in the astral boundary were still in preparation for construction, and the use of the space spirit bead was not as widespread as it was now. Without the great emperors taking action, the momentum of the demon race was practically unstoppable. With external threats and internal troubles, the demonic path responded to the situation, and its strength grew like a rolling snowball. The ground that was rapidly turning into quicksand suddenly returned to normal. With a bang, the myriad sword flew out from the ground 20 zhang in front of Yang Kai. A demon race was stabbed into the body of the large sword, directly piercing through him. The demon race had suffered such a heavy blow, but he didn't die. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he gripped the myriad's sword with both hands, struggling to pull it out of his body. This was indeed a Demon King-level sand demon, and although it was only a low-rank Demon King, its demon chi was extremely good. When the sand demon rushed out from the ground, his eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai with resentment. Although he was underground, he knew very well who had attacked him. He couldn't figure out how this guy had found his position and severely injured him. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Forming a hand seal, he spat out a single word, "Break!" The myriad sword hummed as tens of thousands of dazzling sword lights shot out from the sand demon's body. As far as the eye could see, the sand demon looked like a hedgehog full of glowing swords. An even more mournful scream rang out, followed by a loud explosion as the sand demon exploded. In the blink of an eye, a sand demon of the Demon King level was smashed to smithereens. At the same time, 2,000 humans also ascended into the sky. Han Zhengqing and the others had originally intended to escape from the divine technique of the sand demon. But who would have thought that the sand demon would die in a single exchange, and the ground would return to normal? However, before they could react, a dense rain of arrows was already flying toward them. While the star boundary had methods to deal with the demon race, how could the demon race not have one? The sand demon's sneak attack underground was just the beginning. It was to lure the humans into the sky. While in the air, the dense rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts passing through, and there was simply no way to avoid them. Everyone's complexion changed as they felt their bodies turn cold. Their hands and feet turned cold, and they cried out in their hearts that their lives were over. Those with fast reactions hurriedly sank down, while those with slow reactions remained in place. The originally good formation was instantly thrown into chaos. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's demon chi rolled, and in the whistling wind, the pitch-black demon chi condensed into an indestructible defense that spread out and covered the void in front of them. All the arrows were blocked by the demonic aura and disappeared without a trace. The demon chi barrier fiercely rolled forward and smashed into the void in front of them. Like a mirror being smashed, a ripple spread out, and countless figures of the demon race suddenly appeared. On the ground, the jade blade was on the left and right, and in the void, the demon race was blocking the way. It was unknown what method they had used before, but they had all hidden themselves, and Han Jingqing and the others didn't notice them at all. Seeing this situation, the human's complexion changed again. 10,000 people, there were definitely 10,000 people. Moreover, there were several demon kings, each of them riding demonic beasts of different sizes, and their auras were ferocious. After Yang Kai used his method to break through their concealment, the group of demon race was also somewhat surprised. The several demon kings in the lead looked at Yang Kai in surprise, puzzled. In their view, since Yang Kai could use demon chi, he was obviously a member of the Demon Sky Dao. Since he was a member of the Demon Sky Dao, he was a loyal dog of the demon race. How could he oppose the demon race? What kind of situation was this? However, in the next moment, the demon kings threw away this doubt. So what if he was a member of the Demon Sky Dao? As long as he dared to oppose the demon race, he deserved to die. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. The demon king in the lead looked at Yang Kai and grinned. He raised his thick arm high and swung it down fiercely. The order to attack was given, and the 10,000 demon race fiercely charged forward. The entire valley shook, and the surrounding rubble rustled down. Han Zhengqing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The various teams quickly gathered their people and reformed their formation. The wizard's incantation began to be sung. The noise in the sky couldn't cover up the one-word imperial edict. Yang Kai pointed forward with his fingers and said, "Close!" With this one word, the entire valley came alive. The earth churned and rolled back like a blanket, covering the demon race's army. The two sides of the wall blades also quickly closed, like two huge palms, slapping at the flying mosquitoes. The 10,000 demon race were mosquitoes, under the horrified gazes of Han Zhengqing and the others. The rolling earth and the converging wall blades sealed off a large space in a very short time, trapping all the demon race in it. The space rapidly compressed, and a burst of hair-raising sounds came from inside. Fan Xian had goosebumps all over her body, while the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley turned pale. He looked up at the Iron Blood Great Emperor and was about to question him, but he swallowed his words and lowered his head. This junior admits his crime. Hua Linglong blinked her eyes. Yao Jun grinned silently. Mo Huang rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek. Zhang Wuhen was also stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely have other excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit his crime so quickly. He couldn't continue the words he had prepared. After a moment of silence, the Iron Blood Great Emperor asked in a low voice, "What is your crime?" Yang Kai whispered, "Master Bright Moon died at my hands." Although his voice was soft, anyone could hear the sadness in his words. When he spoke, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "At least you know your place." Zhan Wu Hen snorted and continued to shout majestically, "Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the astral boundary. In order to save us, he used himself as bait and fell into the demon's territory and was imprisoned. Why did we let you become the demon race's territory? To save Master Bright Moon. How can you guarantee that? We will definitely bring Master Bright Moon back." And the result? Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Kai was truly speechless. Originally, he had gone to save Mingyu, but not only had he failed to do so, Mingyu had even died at his own hands. Although there were some reasons for this, every time Yang Kai recalled that scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. In terms of soul cultivation, even the great emperors of the Serene Soul might not be able to compare with her. The existence of the nest of 10,000 demons and the myriad demon pill made the great emperors frown. In the past few years, the great emperors had been at war with the demon race. The number of demon kings on the demon race's side was truly terrifying. They originally couldn't figure out why, but now they understood. The number of demon kings was large because the population of the demon race was huge. Hundreds of continents could gather almost 100,000 demon kings. What a terrifying number this was. The second reason should be because of the myriad demon pill. This thing was unique to the demon territory. Although the nest of 10,000 demons absorbed the vitality of the entire demon race, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the demon race after consuming it. When they heard that Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour many shattered continents in the territory of the demon race, the great emperors were all shocked. They could shatter the continents in the territory of the demon race, but they definitely couldn't devour them. Yang Kai's strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but this method of his made them extremely shocked. He talked about the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the 12 Citadel Great Demon Formation, Bright Moon's desperate struggle, and how she had blinded her own senses and killed herself under her own fist. The hall was silent for a while, the atmosphere solemn. They had been friends for tens of thousands of years, and they were used to each other's existence. Suddenly, one of them passed away one day. Even though the great emperors were calm people, they couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Kai talked about it in detail. They felt as if they were in the hot-blooded heroism of Bright Moon fighting against the 12 demon saint by herself. It was as if they had personally witnessed the tragedy of that battle and the scene of Bright Moon being injured. It was fascinating. They hated that they couldn't fight side by side with her. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "This is what happened." Hua Linglong nodded. "It's been hard on you." During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, not only were there the 12 demon saint, there were also hundreds of half-saint. Even under the watchful eyes of so many experts, Yang Kai still managed to exchange the opportunity of the great emperors with Bright Moon. How could ordinary people compare to the great emperors? What happened after that? Mo Huang asked. How did you escape the pursuit after you obtained Bright Moon's opportunity? Although Yang Kai didn't say it, anyone could imagine the desperate situation Yang Kai was in. Obtaining the opportunity of the great emperors wasn't a lucky thing, but the beginning of his life. The demon race definitely wouldn't let him take away the opportunity of the great emperors. It's all thanks to you, Rumming. Chapter 3609. Yang Kai had such a terrifying soul cultivation. Although it was still a bit weaker than the Demon Saint and the Great Emperors, it was enough to control Bailey Mo. Perhaps Bailey Mo would still be able to crack the soul brand after a long period of time, but Yang Kai wasn't dead, so how could he give her such an opportunity? That was why Yang Kai said that Bailey Mo no longer had such an opportunity. Hua Linglong was puzzled. But how can you have such powerful spiritual energy? There were many people in the star boundary whose soul cultivation was stronger than their own cultivation. The most typical example was Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Because of the Divine Ascension Mirror, the souls of the elites in Azure Sun Temple were slightly stronger than their cultivation, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for them to be as terrifying as Yang Kai's. This was already illogical. Unless there was some kind of great fortune or opportunity, originally Hua Linglong shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what kind of fortune or opportunity Yang Kai had, it was his own business. But she couldn't help but be curious and also wanted to ask if this matter had anything to do with Mingyu, who had already passed away. Who knew that after asking this question, Yang Kai would reveal an embarrassed expression. The great emperors of Huaing were very understanding and smiled. If it's inconvenient, there's no need to ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai sniffled and said, I've already performed the ceremony of husband and wife with you, Ru Meng, so I've obtained her primordial yin's soul power. She's a succubus demon, so she cultivates spiritual energy, which is why my soul cultivation has soared. Ah! Hua Linglong was quite surprised and stared blankly at Yang Kai. Then you, Ru Meng, She wanted to ask why you, Ru Meng, one of the 12 demon saint, was willing to give herself to Yang Kai. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two of them. One was from the human race while the other was from the demon race. They were from different races, not to mention that the battle in the demon territory of the astral boundary was still raging. But when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, her cheeks flushed. What about the heart seal secret technique? Hua Linglong didn't know how to ask, but Yao Jun wasn't so thick-skinned. They were both old monsters who had lived for so many years. There was nothing to be embarrassed about talking about between husband and wife. Previously, Yang Kai had told them that Ru Meng had used the heart seal secret technique on him, which was why Yao Jun had this guess. Maybe that's part of the reason. Yang Kai nodded. But when I asked her to undo the heart seal secret technique, she didn't. Yao Jun nodded. Since she had a choice but didn't do it, it meant that Ru Meng had fallen in love with him. Otherwise, why would a demon saint do such a thing? On the side, Li Wui could no longer maintain his calm expression. He kept turning his head to stare at Yang Kai, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint's mind, and his divine soul cultivation had skyrocketed. He had even performed the marriage ceremony with a female demon saint. Originally, he was quite worried that Yang Kai would encounter any danger in the demon territory. But now, it seemed that there was danger, but more importantly, there was something wonderful that others couldn't imagine. If an ordinary person were to achieve any one of these miracles, it would be a blessing to their ancestors, but Yang Kai had achieved all of them. So, you can now control the wishes of two demon saint? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a little excitement. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of demon saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Yang Kai had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint, and the demon saint had the closest relationship with him. These two demon saints were equivalent to standing on Yang Kai's worship. This cut off the power of 2 demon saints in the demon territory. It's not 2, it's 3. Yang Kai looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhan Wu Hen raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides Bailey Mo and Yu Ru Meng, which other demon saint is there?" Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, "Could it be that feathered demon Hibiscus?" From Yang Kai's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Yang Kai had subdued Bailey Mo and Yu Ru Meng, so it didn't matter if there was one more Hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, so how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not Hibiscus. Yang Kai shook his head. That one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hua Linglong was confused. Then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Kai explained, if we calculate, this person's weight in the demon territory is equivalent to the great elder and second elder of the dragon island. With that said, the great emperors immediately understood. On the dragon island, the great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun were not great emperors, but they were the leaders of the holy spirits. They were rank 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of great emperors. There were holy spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no holy spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the great elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhan Wu Hen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be great emperors. When Yang Kai brought Yu Ru Meng and the others to the astral plane, the great emperors had already noticed. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wu Hen, joined forces with the great emperors of Serene Soul and Martial Beast to investigate the situation. At that time, Yang Kai was still recuperating in the small sealed world. However, Chang Tian and the others didn't do anything out of the ordinary at that time, so Zhan Wu Hen and the others didn't show up easily. They just hid in the distance and quietly investigated. In terms of strength, the great emperors and the demon saint were on par, but in the astral plane, the great emperors who were recognized by the astral plane's heavens and earth undoubtedly had an advantage. Even Yu Ru Meng, who had the strongest spiritual energy, didn't notice it. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai suddenly emerged from the small sealed world, which surprised Zhan Wu Hen and the others. Then, Yang Kai left a large number of elites from the demon race and said goodbye to Yu Ru Meng and the others. Zhan Wu Hen and the others went to meet the demon saint. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, but it wasn't peaceful either. At that time, it was Yu Ru Meng who spoke, so Zhan Wu Hen and the others didn't know that Chang Tian wasn't one of the 12 demon saint. Yu Ru Meng explained the cause and effect of them coming to the astral plane with Yang Kai, and also put forward her own demands. However, this was only her one-sided story, so how could Zhan Wu Hen and the others believe it? This led to the joint hearing of the 4 great emperors in the hall this time. Chapter 36:11. Li Wuyi didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before his body turned upside down and he appeared in a large mountain. A tiger's roar rang out as a white-furred tiger smelled the scent of a stranger nearby and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his palm and placed it on its big head. The white-furred tiger immediately withdrew its ferocious appearance and revealed a look of horror. It took a few steps back and whimpered before turning around to flee. This white-furred tiger wasn't a monster beast, just a strange beast, but it also had the instincts of a beast and knew that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with. So it didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly fled for its life. Yang Kai looked around and saw towering trees, colorful poisonous snakes slithering between the rocky peaks, and the nearby springs. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw several huge figures standing in the sky like gods. It was Emo Huang, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen, and the others. Li Wuyi's huge face that covered half the sky was looking at him with a smile. It wasn't that they had become bigger, but that he had become smaller. The 7,800-meter-tall, 3,000-kilometer-long boundless mountain had been refined into a palm-sized object by Li Wuyi. After entering it, Yang Kai was affected by the space principles and his figure changed accordingly. In Li Wuyi's eyes, Yang Kai was probably no bigger than a speck of dust. This boundless mountain was similar to his sealed world bead. It could even be said that the two were exactly the same to a certain extent. Both were small worlds, but the sealed world bead was sealed, so the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside, and the situation outside couldn't be seen from the inside unless Yang Kai used some kind of technique. Although Boundless Mountain was also a small world, it was closely connected to the star boundary. From this point of view, Boundless Mountain was far less independent than the sealed world bead. As early as when he broke through to the second-order Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that with his attainments in space principles at that time, he should also be able to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead, but he had been too busy to experiment. He hadn't expected that Li Wuyi had already put his thoughts into action. Unbounded Mountain was the embodiment and crystallization of his spatial laws. After witnessing the wonders of Wooding Mountain, Yang Kai was even more certain that he was right. He couldn't help but feel a little excited because he really did have to refine some treasures like the sealed world bead or Indefinite Mountain. After entering the mountain and gaining some experience, Yang Kai waved to Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi understood and reached out to him again. The next moment, Yang Kai reappeared in the sealed world bead. Before Yang Kai could exclaim in admiration, Li Wuyi put on a puzzled look and asked, "Why would you want this world to devour the continents in the demon territory? How can you do that?" It was precisely because he had refined Indefinite Mountain that Li Wuyi couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Indefinite Mountain and the sealed world bead were the same type of existence. If the sealed world bead could do it, so could Indefinite Mountain. Conversely, if Indefinite Mountain couldn't do it, neither could the sealed world bead. But in fact, the sealed world bead really could do what Indefinite Mountain couldn't. Devour and fuse? Li Wuyi didn't even think about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with someone in the lower star territory. At that time, that guy was devouring my star territory, so I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine." "I'm sorry, Lei Hong slowly shook his head and took the corpse of the great emperors before standing up. Yang Kai said, "None of the things carried by the great emperors have been touched. I ask Elder Lei to carefully check them with the other elders after returning to the palace." Lei Hong nodded. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai blushed with shame as he shook his head with a wry smile and asked, "How is Her Highness?" "Not very good." Lei Hong smiled bitterly. The fall of the great emperors was a natural phenomenon and the star boundary mourned. Countless people sensed it, and as the daughter of the great emperors, Lan Sun naturally knew about it immediately and fainted on the spot. The masters of the emperor realm had no illness or disaster, But after that incident, Lan Xun fell seriously ill. Star Soul Palace had taken countless pills, but they still couldn't alleviate her symptoms. Even now, she was still recuperating in Star Soul Palace. However, Lei Hong couldn't explain too much to Yang Kai about this matter, so he simply said, "If Palace Master Yang has some free time, please come to Star Soul Palace. Perhaps you can enlighten the princess." How could Yang Kai have the face to see Lan Xun again? Back in Heaven's Secret Valley, although he didn't give her a full guarantee, he was her only hope. Now that he had failed her, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling guilty. But no matter how guilty he felt, no matter how ashamed he still had to go to Star Soul Palace. Even if Lei Hong didn't ask, Yang Kai would still go. Nodding, he said, "Good. This junior will visit in a few days. Then this Lei will take his leave first." Lei Hong showed a grateful expression, and after bowing to the great emperors, he left with the bright moon corpse in his hand. After he left, Zhan Wuhen waved his hand and said with a tired expression, "You can leave too." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him. "Master, you won't punish me?" Zhan Wuhen said lightly, "If you want to be punished, this king can satisfy you." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, cupped his hands to the great emperors, and was about to leave. But he couldn't leave. There seemed to be another restriction in this hall that sealed the world, making his space divine technique useless. When he looked up, he saw Hua Linglong looking at him with a mischievous smile. Since the space divine technique was useless, he could only walk out. There was nothing to say. When he turned around, he heard someone calling from behind, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned around, looked at Li Shiqing, and smiled slightly. "Junior sister, what's the matter?" This was the first time Li Shiqing had called him brother. Li Shiqing whispered, "Pin Peak, please don't make things difficult." These words were said without rhyme or reason, and even the great emperors present didn't understand. But how could Yang Kai not know what she was talking about? It was nothing more than asking him not to make things difficult for Huoluan and Mo Shang, who lived in Pin Peak. During this time, Li Shiqing had a lot of contact with the two Demon King, and they got along well. Now that she was sent out of the small sealed world by Yang Kai, leaving Huoluan and Mo Shang inside, their lives and deaths were under Yang Kai's control, so Li Shiqing naturally wanted to make plans for them. Yang Kai nodded immediately. "Junior sister, don't worry." Turning around again, he stepped out of the hall, and the door behind him slowly closed. The great emperors probably had other things to discuss. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and looked up at the sky, only to see 7-colored light flowing in the sky. It wasn't the work of a spirit array, but rather a natural phenomenon. There seemed to be something else hidden in the 7-colored light. Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be the 7 Mist Sea that Fan Xian mentioned before, the headquarters of the Star Boundaries 4 Territories Allied Forces and the 54 Corps. Unsurprisingly, the 7-colored light attracted Yang Kai's interest. Just as he was looking carefully, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to the side, only to see a pretty figure standing at a corner, smiling sweetly at him. Her long hair was tied into a dozen small braids, making her look quite mischievous. Seeing him looking over, she even waved at him. Yang Kai also showed a knowing smile as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little girl, asking in surprise, "You came with your master?" The one standing here waiting for him was none other than Lin Yun'er, whom he had not seen for many years. The last time they met was also in the Western Territory. At that time, he had planned to take her to the High Heaven Palace, but during the transmission process, Lin Yun'er had gone missing. After that incident, Yang Kai investigated and concluded that some great master had destroyed the space array he had painstakingly arranged in the Western Territory, cutting off Lin Yun'er's transmission. At that time, he guessed that it was the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and later it was proven that it was indeed the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. A dignified great emperor doing such a thing in secret was quite shameless. Another 20 years had passed since they parted ways. The little girl was no different from 20 years ago, still as lively and pretty as before, but the rapid growth of her cultivation gave Yang Kai a fright. Lin Yun'er was already a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, and it seemed that she had been promoted for a long time, as her cultivation was extremely condensed. Yang Kai could not help but be a little dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that it was a blessing to have a good master. When Yang Yen took Lin Yuner away from the Hung Luo star field, the little girl's cultivation had been so low, but now her cultivation progress was faster than his. While he was lamenting, Lin Yuner moved her head closer and sniffed with her little nose. Yang Kai laughed and knocked her on the head. "Are you a puppy? What are you sniffing?" Lin Yuner covered her head with both hands and pouted. "Uncle, you smell of another woman." This uncle sounded really cordial, but the content of her words was embarrassing. He had been separated from Yu Rumeng for several days, and even if he still had her scent, it would have faded. How could Lin Yuner smell it? Yang Kai smiled gently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Lin Yuner snorted. "Master said I have a dog's nose, so don't think you can hide from me." Saying so, she moved closer and sniffed with her eyes closed. Chapter 36:13. Although Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was not bad, it was still inferior to the great emperor's. With Zhang Wu Hen's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly monitor him. However, Zhang Wu Hen deliberately leaked a trace of his aura to let him sense it. His meaning could not be more obvious. "I'm watching you, boy." He could not interfere with his precious disciple's actions, but this did not prevent him from giving Yang Kai a warning. Being dragged by Lin Yuner all the way, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Along the way, they encountered many people in a hurry, obviously star boundary cultivators stationed in the Seven Mist Sea. But no matter who they were, they all smiled and saluted Lin Yuner when they saw her. Only when they arrived outside a large hall did Lin Yuner release Yang Kai's arm and point at the hall with a smile. It seemed that this was their destination. Yang Kai did not know why Lin Yuner had brought him here, but before he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. This aroma was indescribably good, and even though Yang Kai was now an Emperor Realm Master and did not need to have a strong appetite, he was still tempted by this aroma. The aroma drifted and spread far away, and there were many people looking in their direction, licking their lips from time to time, looking like they were hungry. Lin Yuner pushed open the door and pulled Yang Kai inside. The hall was empty, and there were no decorations. There was only a big black pot in the middle of the hall. Something was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling and steaming. There was a fire burning under the pot, and it was burning brightly. Next to the black pot, a dazzling beauty in a bright red dress was holding a ladle, scooping up some soup from the pot and drinking it. At first glance, it was obvious that the soup was boiling hot, but this beautiful woman didn't seem to care at all. After drinking several mouthfuls, she put down the ladle and smiled at Yang Kai, who was walking in with Lin Yuner, her lustrous red lips parted slightly. "Little brat, you're in for a treat." Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior 9 Phoenix." The one guarding the black pot was none other than Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng. In terms of age, she was much older than Yang Kai, and in terms of seniority, she was from the same generation as Li Wui. Mo Shaoqi called her Aunt Feng. What's more, Lu Yen was under her tutelage, so he could be considered her disciple. Therefore, Yang Kai had always treated her as his own elder. The nine-headed phoenix was peerless, but at this moment, she was sitting cross-legged beside a big black pot with some unknown beast meat stewing in it. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt a strong visual impact. The firewood was ordinary firewood, and the fire was ordinary fire, but the pot was not ordinary. It was called Guei, and it was a rare treasure obtained by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Perhaps it was not as old as the mountains and rivers bell, but its power was not inferior. The two had their own strengths. Lin Yuner was Zhan Wu Hen's only disciple, so naturally, her master would treasure anything good to his disciple. This Guei pot was given to Lin Yuner by Zhan Wu Hen for self-defense. But the little girl had always used it as a cooking stove, This was something that Yang Kai had learned more than 20 years ago. Lin Yun'er's identity was extraordinary. How many disciples of the great emperors were there in the entire star boundary? With Zhan Wuhen supporting her from behind, it could be said that no one in the entire star boundary dared to provoke her. The little girl also lived up to expectations. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors, and in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yang Kai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the guei pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiufeng, Lin Yun'er had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. "Is it done? Is it done?" As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. "Let me see." Jiufeng responded. Then, she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yun'er was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiufeng scooped up another piece. The third piece. Lin Yun'er kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. "Yun'er, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left." Lin Yun'er's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll do it myself." In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the guei pot and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this guei pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yun'er. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiufeng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled. "Although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much." The food stewed by guei was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth, and the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic, which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. "Bastard!" An old man plucked a pill furnace fragment from his hair and threw it to the ground, his face filled with anger as he roared. Who was so bold as to disturb Grandmaster Ji and Grandmaster Xia's alchemy? How presumptuous! After a pause, He coughed lightly and said in a soothing tone, "Grandmaster Ji, you don't need to mind. Today's fault does not lie with the two grandmasters, but with the person who disturbed." And where did Grandmaster Xia go? It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Xia Ningchong, who was still here a moment ago, had actually disappeared without a trace. Turning their heads to look, they saw that the door to the pill recipe was wide open and Xia Ningchong had already run out. Who was that person? Daring to be so rude, we must investigate this matter clearly. We must investigate. We have worked so hard here to refine spirit pills and send them to the battlefield to protect our human race, but not only did this person not cooperate, he actually disturbed us at a critical moment, causing the refinement of such a good spirit pill to fail. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. That person's voice was unfamiliar to me. Do you know who he was? The old man who spoke before asked. Everyone shook their heads. Jiying gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai, little thief. This king and you are irreconcilable. His angry roar soared to the sky. While Medicine Pill Peak was in chaos, Spirit Artifact Peak was not much better off. Inside the artifact workshop, High Heaven Palace's chief artifact refiner, Grandmaster Hoyu, was sleeping soundly on a soft couch, completely ignoring the people coming and going around. The clanging sounds did not disturb her at all, and she was holding a wine jar in her arms, her body reeking of alcohol. When the voice entered her ears, Hoyu opened her eyes and jumped up, shouting, "Hurry up! No one is allowed to be lazy. If anyone dares to be lazy, this grand aunt will not let them off." No one paid attention to her, as if they did not hear her words. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only a young servant in blue clothes ran over and said with a sad face, "Grand aunt, if you want a drink, go drink somewhere else. Don't disturb everyone here. Okay?" Although the person who spoke was a famous Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist, his cultivation was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he bear the pressure of a ninth-order dragon? And this was only because Zhu Qing had held back. If she had used her full strength, he would have fainted immediately. Jiying also frowned. Although he was annoyed that Yang Kai had ruined his alchemy business, and it wasn't the first time he had done so. There had been precedents before, but this time it was more serious. However, he had never thought of blaming Yang Kai for being an evil demon. He was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race and entered the demon territory because he had another important task to take care of. The rumors outside were just misleading by the Great Emperors, but since that person had said it, he couldn't explain anything. After all, he didn't know if Yang Kai had received the approval of the Great Emperors. Xianing Chong turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. "Grandmaster Zhou, you've misunderstood. My husband is not an evil demon." Grandmaster Zhou looked distressed. He disobeyed the Great Emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, and his demonic intent was born. He fell and became the demon race, then betrayed the star boundary and became the demon race's territory. If he isn't an evil demon, then what is he? Grandmaster Xia, don't be fooled by him. Evil demons are all ruthless and heartless. Come back quickly. Although this Zhou is not talented, if he can protect Grandmaster Xia, what harm is there in risking my life? As soon as these words came out, Xianing Chong suddenly became anxious. Grandmaster Zhou, please be careful with your words. Su Yan and the others looked at Grandmaster Zhou with increasingly cold eyes. Zhu Qing's dragon pressure suddenly increased, immediately making the bones of Grandmaster Zhou, who shouted that he would protect Xianing Chong with his life, creak. His lips were tightly shut, and he couldn't say a word. Yang Kai looked at Grandmaster Zhou, blinked, and smiled slightly. Then he looked at Jiying and said, "What is it that made Brother Ji so angry?" It would have been better if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Jiying flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Kai's nose and scolded, "You still have the nerve to say that? Just now, little junior sister and I were refining the heaven and earth impermanence pill. Everything was going smoothly, and we could open the furnace and take out the pills in 2 hours. This time, with the help of little junior sister, this G was confident that at least 7 pills could be produced, but just now, as he spoke, Jiying couldn't go on. He reached out and clutched his chest, his face red with anger, his face full of resentment. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly said, "Brother Ji, calm down, don't get too worked up. It would be terrible if he was angered to death." As he spoke, he went to help Jiying stabilize his breathing. How could Jiying appreciate his kindness? He waved his hand and pushed him away. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and looked at Xiaoning Chong. Did the refining fail? Xiaoning Chong lowered his head. The furnace exploded. Jiying's expression became even uglier. Yang Kai was also an Emperor Realm alchemist, so how could he not understand the significance of a furnace explosion? It was a tragic event, but when he recalled the scene of Jiying's furnace exploding, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder Jiying had come to find him so angrily. So this was the reason. The fault was his. So Yang Kai hurriedly corrected his posture and sincerely apologized. Jiying weakly waved his hand, feeling like he had suffered 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to actually run into someone like Yang Kai. Who would have thought that after the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, there would be a new phenomenon in the star world? He didn't know if this great world had sensed some kind of crisis, but the world principles had repaired itself and created an energy tide, making it much easier for many cultivator to cultivate than before. One day, when the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was reminiscing about the flowers, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and entered a meditative state. When he woke up again, he had inexplicably broken through to the Emperor Realm. He was wild with joy and surprise. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen into his lap. A breakthrough was equivalent to a new life. He sorted out his state of mind, found a quiet place, and went into seclusion for 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. The day he came out of seclusion, he established his own sect. The name of the sect was taken from his own name, the Mountain-Splitting Sect. However, at this moment the War of the Two Realms was in full swing. The 4 territories of the Star World had all received the conscription order from the great emperors. Countless cultivators stepped onto the nearest space array and rushed to the battlefield in the Western Territory with hot blood to fight against the demon race. For the Star World, this was a good thing, but for the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, it was a terrible thing. There was no other reason. Since he had established a sect, he naturally had to open his doors and accept disciples. In normal times, if a sect was established in the Emperor Realm, even if it was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, the number of applicants would be as many as carps crossing the river. They could easily support a medium-sized sect. But now, most of the cultivator with a little cultivation had gone to the Western Territory. He couldn't recruit anyone even if he wanted to. Those he could recruit were all low-level cultivators. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was worried. He was really worried. For this reason, he went to visit an old friend of his. That old friend's situation was basically similar to his. He had also wasted many years in the third-order Dao Source Realm and had no hope of breaking through. He had only recently broken through to the Emperor Realm. However, he had established a sect and easily recruited thousands of disciples. Since then, he had been living a high and mighty life. The beautiful female disciples under him were simply dazzling to the eyes. making one's heart beat faster. After asking for advice, he learned that his old friend had once led people to the High Heaven Palace to eliminate the demon race. Although the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was powerful and his old friend couldn't do anything to the High Heaven Palace. After the news spread, the sect gate was immediately flattened by people who came to learn from him. His old friend had pointed out a bright path, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was a little worried. Chapter 36:20. The shouts stopped, the great formation broke open, and such a large group of people suddenly appeared inside. Those mountain split sect disciples were shocked as well. The clamor that soared into the sky suddenly turned silent, appearing extremely abrupt, and actually made people feel somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, looking around, the gazes of the several hundred disciples were quickly attracted by Su Yen and the others. Most of these people who joined the mountain split sect didn't have high cultivations and were young, so when had they ever seen so many stunning beauties? For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, and a few of them even opened their mouths wide, completely unaware of what was happening. The beguiling demon queen even smiled charmingly at them, causing several young people to groan on the spot as blood flowed from their noses, all of them exclaiming in their hearts, "She actually smiled at me." At this moment, Zhou Cheng hurriedly rushed over and glanced at the mountain split sect disciples outside the spirit array, frowned, and ignored them, instead turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Palace Master Yang, the matter just now has not been settled yet. Please give us an explanation." Palace Master Yang? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master almost jumped up in fright when he heard this. Since they had come to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, how could they not know who the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace was? This was the guy who had disobeyed the great emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, escaping from the great emperors and then being hunted down by Li Wui. This person's name was Yang Kai. His name matched and his appearance matched the legend as well. He was a handsome and extraordinary young man. This person was actually the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai. Didn't they say he had betrayed the star boundary, become the demon race, and went to the demon race's territory? How could he appear here? Could it be that he had returned from the demon race's territory? But that couldn't be right. After what happened back then, how could he dare to return to the star boundary? Right at this moment, a young man who was holding a flag at the back suddenly shouted righteously, "Evil demon, die!" Not only did he shout, but he also stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. Shouts rang out once more as hundreds of people shouted once more. The middle-aged, venerable emperor's face was extremely pale and his body was trembling. He wished he could turn around and kill all the disciples he had painstakingly recruited on the spot. Now, the cheers of his disciples were no longer cheering for him. They were simply putting him on a bonfire. He was terrified and uneasy in his heart, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. The disciples were all watching, so he couldn't lose too much face. Today, he had come to make a name for the Mountain Split sect. If he didn't handle it well, not to mention accepting disciples in the future, it was hard to say whether he could keep the Mountain Split sect's property. Demons? Yang Kai glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled faintly. Today, there was already more than one person who had said this to him. Just now, the first sentence that Zhou Cheng had said to him was that he was a demon. Now, he actually heard it from a group of strangers. It seemed that his reputation in the star boundary was completely ruined. However, Yang Kai didn't care. When he accepted the request of the great emperors to enter and become the demon race's territory, he had already expected today's situation. The words of others passed through his ears, so he didn't take them to heart. The large flag in the crowd was too conspicuous. It was blood red and had large black and gold words on it, so it was difficult not to notice it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab it. He was clearly hundreds of meters away, but by the time he pulled back, the large flag had already been caught. The disciples holding the flag suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. How could the flag in the hands of others be so similar to their own? They looked up at their own flag. Where was it? Only then did they understand that their flag had been snatched away. Mountain split sect? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged venerable emperor. The middle-aged venerable emperor's throat was on fire and his mouth was dry, but he held his sword behind his back with one hand and formed a seal in front of him with the other. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yes, this king is Li Kaishan, and the sect I founded is naturally the Mountain Split sect. May I ask if your excellency is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace? That's me. Yang Kai nodded gently. What advice does sect Master Li have? How could he dare to have any advice? Li Kaishan only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, the further the better. Although Palace Master Yang had a pleasant expression on his face, Li Kaishan couldn't help but feel his blood run cold, as if there was an invisible guillotine hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Calming himself down, Li Kaishan said, I heard that Palace Master Yang became the demon race back then and became the demon race. The High Heaven Palace was also listed as an evil sect and was cursed by everyone. Therefore, this Li brought his disciples here to defend the Tao and eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. However, seeing Palace Master Yang's righteous aura now, this Li is afraid there has been some misunderstanding. This Li was rash, so I hope Palace Master Yang can forgive me. Yang Kai smiled. You are not mistaken, and there is no misunderstanding. This king did indeed become the demon race and become the demon race. As soon as he said this, Li Kaishan was stunned, Su Yan and the others were stunned, and Meng Wuya and the others were also stunned. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai looked perfectly normal at the moment. How could there be any sign of a misfire that would become the demon race? A misfire that would become the demon race would cause one to lose one's mind and not recognize one's relatives. In the worst case, one's cultivation would be crippled and one would perish. However, Yang Kai looked perfectly fine no matter how they looked at him, so they just thought he was talking nonsense. Li Kaishan forced a laugh. Palace Master Yang is joking. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, and said faintly, Do I look like I'm joking? As soon as he finished speaking, rolling demonic chi gushed out from his body. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black chi, and only his eyes reflected a terrifying light. The black chi on the surface of his body was extremely evil, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Chapter 36:21. The large banner was like a living creature, vibrating a few times before spitting out more than a dozen shriveled corpses and returning them to Guizu's hands. In just a short moment, these dozen Tao Source Realm cultivators had their souls sucked dry by the 10,000 soul banner. Guizu's methods were truly terrifying. In terms of visual impact alone, he was far superior to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-splitting sect master and a dozen Tao Source Realm cultivators were all wiped out. The hundreds of disciples who were watching from behind instantly felt their limbs turn cold, and their bodies turn cold. All of them looked ahead with terrified expressions. Their strengths weren't high, and they didn't even understand what had happened, but the experts from their families had already turned into corpses. Only now did they understand that their mountain-splitting old ancestor had acted so arrogantly before only because the other party did not want to pay attention to him. When the other party really wanted to, their mountain-splitting old ancestor was no more difficult to kill than a mosquito. In front of such a tragedy, several female disciples were so scared that they cried. Their old ancestor was dead, so how could they survive? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want to die here? Ling Tai Su shouted at those people. A loud shout finally pulled those people back to reality. Someone screamed in horror and turned around to flee. With someone taking the lead, naturally there would be others who followed. For a moment, hundreds of people turned around and ran for their lives. Many people were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground after running for a few steps. Then they scrambled to their feet and staggered to run. After a dozen breaths of time, the hundreds of people had all fled. Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would kill them all. If that were the case, they really did not know what to do. Li Kaishan and the dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators who attacked the High Heaven Palace's sect defending Array had died. After all, no one's sect defending Array could be attacked casually. Attacking the sect defending Array was tantamount to provoking the sect. If they overestimated themselves and were killed, they would only have themselves to blame. However, those hundreds of young people were still ignorant and had only followed the orders of their sect's elders, so they probably did not know the consequences of their actions. Now that everyone was running for their lives and Yang Kai didn't stop them, they were all relieved. Yang Kai gradually withdrew his demon chi and returned to his original appearance. Just by looking at his calm face, it was impossible to imagine that evil side of him just now. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace will be open for business, Yang Kai ordered calmly. When Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing heard this, their expressions turned solemn, and they said excitedly, "We obey the palace master's decree." There was no way they wouldn't be excited. For the past few years, the name of the evil sect and the order of the great emperors to seal off the mountains had been pressing down on the High Heaven Palace's head. It was as heavy as 2 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. Perhaps the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't feel it too deeply. After all, most of them came from the Star Territory and weren't very strong now. Most of them were in closed-door training. However, the higher-ups of the High Heaven Palace were very concerned about it. Opening the gates to the world was the same as dispelling the clouds and revealing the moon. It was towering palace proving themselves to the world. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai shouted again. Hua Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward. "Subordinate is here." The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yao Lin, and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul Yao Jun had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion Commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the Deputy Legion Commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire star boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a legion commander faster than him? If it was any other legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the star boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wuxian army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly, because at that moment, he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords, and under this sudden change, he lost control of his mind and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength but still couldn't escape, and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into the sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, "What other benefits are there?" Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, "Think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss." These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and when Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%, when Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more. He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. Chapter 36-26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Qingxi with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With Army Commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Hua Qingxi smiled sweetly and bowed. Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task, but fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back? Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi's smile was a bit forced. I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him. Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji, from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Qingxi said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Qingxi turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Ling Shao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. I don't know if there's enough time. What do you mean by enough time? Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Qingxi's face turned even redder as she whispered, Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now... Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Hua Qingxi's expression became solemn. But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ Army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King Realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days. Okay. Bian Yuqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding with each other, so they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg. A Baifeng. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire chilants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Baizhua were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first Inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of Inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Baizhua rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic qi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of Bai Fangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword qi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperor's Ming Yu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Ming Yu? Ming Yu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. "Master!" Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. "No need to be so polite. Get up. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.